BitFuFu founded in 2020. Our team of founders all worked for BITMAIN before. In February 2021, we became strategic partners with BITMAIN, allowing AntPool's huge amount users direct access to our platform. In April, we received a strategic investment from BITMAIN. Our partnership with BITMAIN was provided us with ample miner supplies. Not just that, we also offer bulk discounts on miner prices and low electricity fees for our users. We were able to divide the overall hash rate for a single miner into unit hash rate. We have vastly lowered the entry barrier for all miners. On top of that, we also offer cloud hosting services to professional miners. No more worrying over the nitty-gritty of mine operations. Just enjoy the fruits of your mining output. Finally, we even offer customized mining product solutions for professional institutions. Most of the flagship miners are available on our platform, including S19 Pro for BTC, E9 for ETH, L7 for LTC. Both BITMAIN and us are dedicated to launching cutting-edge products all over the world in the foreseeable future. Our mines are built with high standards and managed by teams of professionals. Our miner exhaust ports are equipped with enclosed heat sinks to separate cold and hot air for better circulation. The industrial exhaust fans on the top of heat sinks will blow out hot air while also bringing in cold air due to the change in negative pressure. Our factories are installed with water curtains, which evaporate and absorb the heat to lower the temperature. Reservoirs are built in the mines to recover, purify, and recycle the used water. This way, we are able to save on water resource. Since miners are power intensive, we've installed transformers to ensure a stable power supply. Also, we have chosen high voltage lines to meet the intensive loads. On the network side of things, we use exclusive lines with low latency and high upload configurations. Additionally, we have at least 2 lines as a fail-safe to ensure online connection. Our operation and maintenance teams work in 3 shifts to monitor the factory around the clock 24/7. Temperatures, humidity, power grids, and miners are regularly inspected, so even the tiniest of problems will be acted upon swiftly and fixed immediately. BitFuFu, founded in 2020. Our team of founders all worked for BITMAIN before. In February 2021, we became strategic partners with BITMAIN, allowing AntPool's huge amount of users direct access to our platform. In April, we received a strategic investment from BITMAIN. Our partnership with BITMAIN was provided us with ample miner supplies. Not just that, we also offer bulk discounts on miner prices and low electricity fees for our users. We were able to divide the overall hash rate for a single miner into unit hash rate. We have vastly lowered the entry barrier for all miners. On top of that, we also offer cloud hosting services to professional miners. No more worrying over the nitty-gritty of mine operations. Just enjoy the fruits of your mining output. Finally, we even offer customized mining product solutions for professional institutions. Most of the flagship miners are available on our platform, including S19 Pro for BTC, E9 for ETH, L7 for LTC. Both BITMAIN and us are dedicated to launching cutting-edge products all over the world in the foreseeable future. Our mines are built with high standards and managed by teams of professionals. Our miner exhaust ports are equipped with enclosed heat sinks to separate cold and hot air for better circulation. The industrial exhaust fans on the top of heat sinks will blow out hot air while also bringing in cold air due to the change in negative pressure. Our factories are installed with water curtains, which evaporate and absorb the heat to lower the temperature. Reservoirs are built in the mines to recover, purify, and recycle the used water. This way, we are able to save on water resource. Since miners are power intensive, we've installed transformers to ensure a stable power supply. Also, we have chosen high voltage lines to meet the intensive loads. On the network side of things, we use exclusive lines with low latency and high upload configurations. Additionally, we have at least 2 lines as a fail-safe to ensure online connection. Our operation and maintenance teams work in 3 shifts to monitor the factory around the clock 24/7. Temperatures, humidity, power grids, and miners are regularly inspected, so even the tiniest of problems will be acted upon swiftly and fixed immediately. BitFuFu, founded in 2020. Our team of founders all worked for BITMAIN before. In February 2021, we became strategic partners with BITMAIN, allowing AntPool's huge amount users direct access to our platform. In April, we received a strategic investment from BITMAIN. Our partnership with BITMAIN was provided us with ample miner supplies. Not just that, we also offer bulk discounts on miner prices and low electricity fees for our users. We were able to divide the overall hash rate for a single miner into unit hash rate. We have vastly lowered the entry barrier for all miners. On top of that, we also offer cloud hosting services to professional miners. No more worrying over the nitty-gritty of mine operations. Just enjoy the fruits of your mining output. Finally, we even offer customized mining product solutions for professional institutions. Most of the flagship miners are available on our platform, including S19 Pro for BTC, E9 for ETH, L7 for LTC. Both BITMAIN and us are dedicated to launching cutting-edge products all over the world in the foreseeable future. Our mines are built with high standards and managed by teams of professionals. Our miner exhaust ports are equipped with enclosed heat sinks to separate cold and hot air for better circulation. The industrial exhaust fans on the top of heat sinks will blow out hot air while also bringing in cold air due to the change in negative pressure. Our factories are installed with water curtains, which evaporate and absorb the heat to lower the temperature. Reservoirs are built in the mines to recover, purify, and recycle the used water. This way, we are able to save on water resource. Since miners are power intensive, we've installed transformers to ensure a stable power supply. Also, we have chosen high voltage lines to meet the intensive loads. On the network side of things, we use exclusive lines with low latency and high upload configurations. Additionally, we have at least 2 lines as a fail-safe to ensure online connection. Our operation and maintenance teams work in 3 shifts to monitor the factory around the clock 24/7. Temperatures, humidity, power grids, and miners are regularly inspected, so even the tiniest of problems will be acted upon swiftly and fixed immediately.
Exactamente.
Ahí salimos a inglés y acá salimos a español.
Exactamente, es correcto.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We're testing the English channel.
Si quieres español, por favor.
BitFufu, founded in 2020. Our team of founders all worked for BITMAIN before. In February 2021, we became strategic partners with BITMAIN, allowing AntPool's huge amount users direct access to our platform. In April, we received a strategic investment from BITMAIN. Our partnership with BITMAIN was provided us with ample miner supplies. Not just that, we also offer bulk discounts on miner prices and low electricity fees for our users. We were able to divide the overall hash rate for a single miner into unit hash rate. We have vastly lowered the entry barrier for all miners. On top of that, we also offer cloud hosting services to professional miners. No more worrying over the nitty-gritty of mine operations. Just enjoy the fruits of your mining output. Finally, we even offer customized mining product solutions for professional institutions. Most of the flagship miners are available on our platform, including S19 Pro for BTC, E9 for ETH, L7 for LTC. Both BITMAIN and us are dedicated to launching cutting-edge products all over the world in the foreseeable future. Our mines are built with high standards and managed by teams of professionals. Our miner exhaust ports are equipped with enclosed heat sinks to separate cold and hot air for better circulation. The industrial exhaust fans on the top of heat sinks will blow out hot air while also bringing in cold air due to the change in negative pressure. Our factories are installed with water curtains, which evaporate and absorb the heat to lower the temperature. Reservoirs are built in the mines to recover, purify, and recycle the used water. This way, we are able to save on water resource. Since miners are power intensive, we've installed transformers to ensure a stable power supply. Also, we have chosen high voltage lines to meet the intensive loads. On the network side of things, we use exclusive lines with low latency and high upload configurations. Additionally, we have at least 2 lines as a fail-safe to ensure online connection. Our operation and maintenance teams work in 3 shifts to monitor the factory around the clock 24/7. Temperatures, humidity, power grids, and miners are regularly inspected, so even the tiniest of problems will be acted upon swiftly and fixed immediately.
In an era of continuous transformation, a period overwhelmed with uncertainty, step into the future of endless possibilities. Seize the moment and unlock new opportunities. WDMS 2022 Global, POW Power, and Mining Impetus, the largest World Digital Mining Summit, taking place between the 8th and 10th of November in Cancun, Mexico. Gathering industry pioneers, focusing on POW power and mining impetus, diving into efficient and clean mining, discussing hydro-cooling technology, aggregating the momentum of mining, brainstorming the digital future in Latin America. Rise above and together, build the consensus, prepare in the bear, and prosper in the bull. Go to www.bitmain.com to join WDMS. Build together in winter 2022 for a more prosperous spring 2023.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Good morning. Buenos dias. 大家早上好. So before we start, please make sure that you put on your translation headsets already, and channel 1 for English, channel 2 for Chinese, and channel 3 for Spanish. If you need any help, just raise your hand. Somebody will help you. So welcome to World Digital Mining Summit 2022, and thank you all for being here. On behalf of BITMAIN, the world's leading manufacturer of cryptocurrency mining service through its brand ANTMINER, along with our partners and sponsors, we are proud to bring you this event. Today, we are honored to have Javier Abraham Auso Sanchez, General Director of Technology and Innovation for Quintana Roo State, and Aurora Aguila, Public Relations Director of Cancun here. And start off this event, please let us welcome Aurora Aguila, Public Relations Director of Cancun, to give us a welcome speech. Welcome.
Good morning. We are in times of transformation. Everybody here knows this is a moment that will have an impact on the future, as Steve Jobs said. But the reality, this is transforming our present, and it is teaching us to live with better alternatives. On behalf of the Mayoress of Benito Juarez, Ana Pati Peralta, I would like to greet you and give you a cordial welcome. It is nice to coincide with bright minds that innovate, that risk, that create more and better conditions for the society. This is the difference between leaders and followers. Thank you for choosing Cancun as a venue to bring the world miners in the world to deal with issues of efficiency in Bitcoin. Thank you for choosing this site. Our destination in the world accounts for one of the most sought-after natural sites in the world. In the first half of this year, Cancun ranked 3rd after the Emirates and London, with more tourists, being a leader in a beach destination. We're living in a city where the human quality unites us, but particularly we like to serve people. Thanks to that, Quintana Roo was recognized with 28 awards in 2022, where we outstand the excellence in the service in tourism. Cancun has a great air connectivity. We receive flights from all over the world. In Latin America, it ranks 4th, whereas in the world level, it is in the top 50 international airport hubs. This site has a great position, and we receive many investors, congresses, medical, and tourism, and wedding tourism, and now for Bitcoins. The United States citizens are the ones that come most, and the United States is the one that invests more in Mexico. Our city is a city that welcomes nationals, foreigners because of the beaches, gastronomy, mind, but because it is the greatest job generator in the state of Quintana Roo. Our state accomplished formal jobs that increased by 11%, and Cancun is a leader that provides jobs to anyone that comes here. We will continue to be the excellence point of tourism because we can improve our urban image, and we will continue grow here in Cancun, and we will be continuing caring for Cancun. We work as a team to welcome with open arms anyone that comes here to work, to invest, to make proposals, and to make transformations. Not only are we a destination, but today we are a potential also for digital mining. Here in this land where we women make efforts, where we have competitiveness, but also solidarity, where we have the first female mayor, Governor Mara Lezana, and together with the Mayoress, Ana Patricia Peralta, we would like to welcome you all. Cancun unites us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aurora. Next, we'll have Javier on the stage. Let's welcome Javier.
Good morning to all the participants here. It is a true honor, a true pleasure to be with you here in this important World Summit on Digital Mining 2022. The Governor of the state of Quintana Roo, Ms. Mara Lezana Espinosa, would like to send you greetings and would like to welcome you and wish you success in this top-notch business event. It is an honor to know that after carrying out these summits in Frankfurt and Dubai, it is great that they chose this destination in the Mexican Caribbean to hold this meeting that will gather the pioneers and the main opinion leaders in the sector of digital mining. I am sure that this summit will meet the objectives to explore the new trends in the development of this industry and to analyze its growth at a world level, particularly in the region of Latin America. This is a summit that will allow you to keep advancing towards a regulated, trustworthy mining that will create certainty in the digital economy. Today, more than ever, we need a mining industry that will contribute to improve the global environment with more efficient and clean processes, that will reduce consumption of energy, and that will lead us to a more green development. Cancun and the Mexican Caribbean are a clear example of how visionary men and women just like you bet 50 years ago to new ways of investment and doing business, always with a sustainable spirit in harmony with the environment. Today, we are the top beach destination in Mexico and one of the best ones in Latin America and the Caribbean, with close to 1,314 hotels, many of them from the major hotel chains in the world, and we have more than 125,000 rooms. We have the most important international airport in Mexico and the region. This year, we expect to close with a historic figure of 26 million passengers. We are a touristic multi-destination with great projects that we're planning, such as the Mayan train, also the bridge on the Nichupte Lagoon and the Tulum Airport, and some of them are under construction already. Quintana Roo is a state open to investment, to the new market financial trends and the new business models. Cancun is an attractive destination, and the largest companies in the world have come to invest, and they have helped boost our tourism, commercial service industries. On behalf of the government of the state and the governor, Mara Lezana Espinosa, I wish you the greatest success, and I hope that this meeting will allow you to stimulate innovation, efficiency, and to improve financial inclusion as part of the new opportunities and challenges that the digital economy is facing. Congratulations to everybody.
Ahora invito a todos los...
I would like to ask you to please stand up. Can you please stand up?
Yeah, we were gonna take a photo together.
Okay.
And Aurora, here, I'll get you flowers.
I was going to open the event.
Yeah.
So being the 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay, okay.
Don't do that?
I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So WDMS brings together the top mining and energy companies from around the world. We aim to build a better future for the entire digital currency mining industry. WDMS serves as a platform for new business opportunities and for industry experts and newcomers. The summit is a two-day event with speeches from top experts and industry leaders. Discussions will include mining, energy adoption, new infrastructure technologies, hosting, mining pools, and data centers. And we also hope that you share your own experiences and hard-won knowledge with us and the community. On behalf of our boss, Mr. McCready, we would like to thank you for traveling to the beautiful city of Cancun to join us for this event. We'd like to share a big thank you to all of you who made it here and also all the partners and sponsors who made this event even possible. So this theme of the event is POW power and new mining impetus. The morning theme for today will be Hydro Miner, the new mining impetus, and the theme for the afternoon will be mining, prepare in bear, and prosper in bull. Also, we will have a lucky draw this afternoon at 3:20, and the prizes are awesome, so you don't want to miss it. Just in case you're hungry, we have prepared snacks for you outside at the exhibition hall outside, but do come back quickly because the meeting will still go on. All the SVIPs are welcome to join our lunch buffet at the 3 restaurants in the hotel at 12 p.m. The Club Grill, Fantino, and the Cafe. And the hostess will show you the way. If you're not joining our buffet, there are some fabulous restaurants 5 to 10 minutes walking distance from the hotel. Before you leave, please put your headsets on your seat. So I would like to call on our first speaker, Max Hua, CFO of BITMAIN, to talk about POW power and mining impetus. Welcome, Max. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Margie. Hola, everybody. Good morning. I'm Max Hua. I'm the CFO of BITMAIN. It is truly my honor to give the opening speech for the WDMS 2022. Excuse me, sorry. Okay. And firstly, welcome to Cancun. It's my first time to be in Cancun. The moment I landed in the Cancun International Airport, I can immediately feel the humidity in the air. And I can actually smell the humidity in the airport, if you know what I mean. It did make me feel like home because I come from Hong Kong, which is an extremely humid city. If that kind of feeling doesn't really emphasize with yours, I'm sure the hospitality from the hotel members as well as the BITMAIN group will make you feel home. So if you have any questions about the agenda, about the conference, please feel free to contact any of the BD members from BITMAIN or the marketing team. It is definitely a time of challenge, especially after the recent FTX drama. I am sure most of us would feel for it, and some of us suffer from it. We actually have a couple of speakers today and tomorrow which are going to share with the audience about several structured products which can be used as tools to combat, to use as hedging tools to combat the negative influence of the bear market. And we also have a member, which is another Max from Antalpha team, which is a business affiliate of BITMAIN. He's going to share with you about the fundraising tools which Antalpha is offering for the mining farm operators as well as the clients, which is trying to inject some liquidity into the market. Max Liao is not here at the moment, so I'm going to share a secret with you. The other Max is hardly as handsome, but he's going to give the equally good speech. For the long-time customers, or for the long-time POW market participants, we all know that it is a bear market where the opportunity lies. It is the right time for us to take a step back and think about what am I going to do. And what we do today is going to determine how fruitful the next 2 or 3 years will be for us. And our gorgeous BD lady, Irene, who's going to speak, I think next, is going to introduce the BITMAIN's offering for the general POW community, how to couple with the bear market, and etc. I will also share some light briefly later on. And meanwhile, if we look at the crypto world and the general Web3 world, we can see it's gradually adapted and adopted by the general world. We have set up a few examples on the screen. Personally, I'm a qualified legal lawyer. I'm a qualified attorney in Hong Kong, and I've been living in Hong Kong for over 17 years. So I'm just going to share with you some of my thoughts about the Hong Kong market. Hong Kong has always been a mature capital market, international financial center. And the regulators are known to be quite reluctant to embrace cutting-edge new technology because everything works so well over there and people just want to play safe. But recently, they have introduced this quite courageous paper which set out the intention of the SFC, which is the Securities and the Futures Commission of Hong Kong. Hong Kong is trying to allow, if everything goes right, they're going to allow general public, the average Joe, every daily uncle and aunties on the streets to trade crypto. And they are also going to open the license regime for crypto exchange in March 2023. That's a very bold action taken by any major financial center, especially by a relatively conservative one as Hong Kong. So a lot of the market participants are actually very actively thinking about, considering about this opportunity, and we can expect quite a few of the market participants will expand their expansion in Hong Kong and are going to take advantage of this one. Apart from Hong Kong, we have also seen jurisdictions like America, whereby the lawmakers are trying to introduce more tax breaks to BTC miners. We are looking at Japan, where the new prime minister continues to call for Web3 technology integration. And for countries like Norway and Dubai, they are very keen on the idea of metaverse. And in South Korea, this is a very interesting one. They're trying to make it possible for general public to carry an ID based on the blockchain technology. Maybe that's the spirit, you know, when the blockchain technology was first introduced to the world in 2008. And the UK, again, another crypto-friendly prime minister recently stepped up, and the first Indian prime minister in the history of the United Kingdom. And here's the magnificent BTC. Here's a BTC chart. And people generally believe that BTC has this 4-year price cycle. For every 4 years' time, the BTC price will hit its peak and it will come down, gradually. And the history just repeats itself once every 4 years. And we can see on this chart that the first peak came in 2013, the second in 2017, and the current one came in 2020. And if you look at the percentage, how the price went up, climbed up, and followed by a dramatic decline, it is, based on the historical track record and based on mathematics, very conservatively, we can anticipate the price is likely to go up again, as early as next year or by the end of 2024. And use a very conservative methodology, we anticipate the price will go up over $100,000, which is about 370% increase based on the price as of November the 5th, 2022. So realistically speaking, we genuinely believe that the bull market is around the corner. But it doesn't mean that it's low-hanging fruit for everybody, right? For us to take the advantage of the next bull market and be someone who's really involved in the market uptrend, we do need to survive this bull market, firstly, and solidarity is another big issue. We need to build together. And let me now share with you what BITMAIN has done over the last 2 years. S19. S19 was first dispatched to our clients in May 2020. It was a very powerful mining rig when it was first introduced to the market, running at a power consumption of 34.5 joule per T. How about those clients who received the first batch of S19 in October 2022? Let's assume that the client has kept mining, are determined whether the market is up and down. They have been mining from day one, and they've been selling the BTC they've mined every month, and they are selling the BTC at the fair market value. The return for the client for each of the S19 they purchased will be around $50,000, and the electricity cost will be approximately $4,000. This is based on each year's average electricity cost we collected from the market feedback. And that renders a gross profit of about $11,000, which is represent about 500% return on each S19 clients purchased. And another major product from us is S19 Pro. S19 Pro was also first delivered in May 2020, but due to the capacity issue, a lot of the customers actually receive the actual products a bit later down the road. So we understand that some of our clients didn't reach the break-even point as of now. while the mining rig is still up and running and generates positive cash flow every day, which means eventually, somewhere down the road, the clients will break even. But to help those clients with liquidity and to uphold their determination to the POW community, BITMAIN has already distributed several hundred million worth of vouchers and coupons to those clients. And we all like the bull market. Everybody's happy, the sentiment is good, everybody is enthusiastic, and most people tend to make money. But history tells us it is rather the bear market. What we do in the bear market makes true fortune. And some of our clients already start to buy mining rigs from us as well as from the secondary market to build up their stock. And they are looking to, when the market uptrend comes up, they are going to, just to either do the mining themselves or sell those mining rigs for profit. And for every BTC cycle, every 4 years, there are people, market participants doing that. And some of them do make great fortune. At the same time, we've also seen some changes to the BTC mining community. For us, BITMAIN, we are promoting heavily on the hydro cooling system. This is a new mechanism, relatively new mechanism, which we've been working on for a long while. The hydro cooling system has several advantages, which we've set up on the screen. The main advantage is that all the mining rigs work extremely stable regardless of the external environment, the temperature, the humidity. Again, Cancun, very humid city. All the mining rigs works perfectly well. That reduces the electricity cost bills, that make the operations very smooth, and that extend the longevity of each mining rig. And another thing is, for all the hydro cooling miners, they all work extremely quiet, right? Instead of the conventional air cooling mining rigs. And people are complaining about the energy consumed by BTC mining, but we all know that energy doesn't really disappear in the universe. It's merely converted from one form to the other. So in the context of BTC mining, all the energy are converted from electricity into heat. The traditional fan cooling system, we can't really, it's very hard for us to generate those heat which are blown into the universe. But for the hydro cooling system, because all the heat are preserved by the liquid, by the water, it is a lot easier for us to utilize those extra heat generated from the BTC mining. And that's one way, especially in the area whereby the environment is cold, people tend to use very well those extra heat. And by the way, we have invited a professor, Professor Lu Haitian from Hong Kong Polytech University, who is going to give us a speech later today about his independent research on the energy consumption of BTC mining. I didn't know what he's going to say in his speech. We didn't actually check the script, so there's no conspiracy theory. It's purely, coming from his independent research. I do look forward to that. Here, a lot of clients are concerned about if I buy the hydro cooling mining rigs, do we have enough hydro cooling mining farms? We've been thinking about this for a long time, and we have launched this new business model called consign to own. And on the left, you can see this is Interspace HK3, which is our latest model, hydro cooling miner container model. And by consign to own, what we are trying to do is to facilitate all the mining farm operators to build their mining farms. And how we are going to do that is we are going to deliver the HK3 Interspace to the farms free of charge. So the mining farm operators doesn't have to pay any capex for those mining containers. What they need to do is just get the electricity ready and connect it to those containers, and they're ready to go. In return, we are going to use up part of their hosting capacity and they are going to offer some of the capacity, hosting capacity to us at a discounted price. So it rather works like an earn-out mechanism. We are going to recover the cost of the empty space gradually, slowly, from the usage of their hosting services. The benefit renders to the mining farm operators are basically twofold. The firstly, the operators do not have a huge capex burden, right? Liability. They don't need to pay for the containers. Secondly, they are rest assured when the mining farm is completed, they will have high caliber clients like BITMAIN or good clients of BITMAIN to take up their hosting facilities. So they don't need to worry about their clientele when the mining farm is ready, and they don't need to make a substantial upfront payment for the construction cost of the mining farm. We've been talking to a few clients about this, and we have a very successful precedents about this. If there are any people in this room who are interested in this, please feel free to contact our business development team. We are very happy to discuss further about you on this. And apart from that, BITMAIN is ready to do more. And this S19 XP Hyd, the most power-efficient miner the world has ever seen, coming at a power efficient ratio 20.8 joule per T. And in the in a bear market, we genuinely believe this is the kind of equipment mining rigs people should invest in. Whether you are an experienced farmer or you are a newcomer to the industry, this is the kind of machine which runs a long time, and the most efficient machine always work very well in the bull market when the BTC price came down, because some of the other mining rigs may just shut down and sort of enlarge the return on each of the mining rigs you possess. And to help all our existing clients as well as the new clients to enjoy the benefit of the XP Hyd, we have introduced this unprecedented promotional event, which is called Hydro Blast. Basically, we are selling a limited number of S19 XP Hyd at the most favorable price, which I can assure you, you will never find the same price again within the near future. At least by the end of 2023, this will be the best price one could ever get from the market. It will be perfect for any existing clients who want to expand your miner collection. It's also good for the newcomers who has missed out to the last two bull markets, who want to give it a try and into the market this particular point of time. This will be the perfect choice, and we are offering them at a very favorable price. So it's a very good entry point for everybody. You can use it by yourself, or you can just sell those mining rigs. We allow the customer or the clients to transfer their orders before the delivery date for arbitrage transactions, for arbitrage purposes. It's totally fine. The price will be announced today at 8 p.m. tonight. If any of you have attended the dinner last night, we have currently running a quiz for any clients who has made a deposit for the miners. You can participate in the quiz, have a guess on the official price to be announced later today. If you get the price right, we are giving away empty space free of charge. For each of the mining package you buy, we will give away one empty space free of charge. We are giving, for each client, we are giving up to $9 million worth of empty spaces. And so please make sure you participate into the quiz. There's no extra cost. It is a free giveaway. The miners will be delivered in the second half of 2023. And for those who are still concerned about whether we'll have enough hosting capacity for the XP Hyd, here's our roadmap. In fourth quarter 2022, which is now, the hydro place takes place. You make the order today. You buy the XP Hyd whether for yourself use or for your friends and for further transfers. You place the order today. And for the next half a year, BITMAIN, together with the POW community, we are trying our best to build more hydro mining farms through the consign-to-own business model, which is one way. A lot of the farmers are already cooperating with us. And Irene is going to talk about another business model, which is called a sales and host business model, which is also going to facilitate the construction of hydro cooling mining farms. I will leave it to her. But we've already been doing this for several months. So we had, by the end of the next half a year, when you receive your S19 XP Hydro, there has already been about 1 year lead time for the market to build a hydro mining farm. So the next half of 2023, you are expected to receive your XP Hydro and get ready to farm and embrace the next bull market. That's my sharing. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Max. It is a time of challenges, but challenges also bring us together. So, which is what WDMS is all about. So next we will have Irene, sales head of BITMAIN, to share her insights on the global hydro mining expansion. Welcome, Irene.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Max, for your wonderful speech. So first of all, I would like to say welcome to join our WDMS, and thank you all for your continuously support of our company and our product. So today, I'm honorable to share with you our thoughts on the global hydro mining expansion. So today, my topic includes 3 parts. First of all, after thousands of days research and development, our company brings our latest generation of S19 XP Hydro products to this event. We all believe, after talking with, I think, hundreds of clients, we all believe that liquid cooling technology is the future of mining. And hydro cooling technology plays a major part of it. And secondly, I will share with you about the Hydro Plus activities and how could we all participate in this revolution. And so S19 XP Hydro is the industrial leading miners that, and also the latest generation of miners, which delivers 250 terahash per unit, and with a very high performance and efficiency, 20.8 joule per terahash. And it's lifespan proof to be more than 7 years. And it's built to last longer than any other generations of equipment. First of all, it's very stable. We have 25 megawatts hydro mining infrastructures working in Washington State, which belongs to our partner, Merco Standard. It proof run like 10% more than the labeled performance. And it's very low cost. You don't have to deploy. It's like the low capex investment and short-term construction periods is the unique advantage of the hydro cooling solutions. And today, during the WDMS conference, we have invited and welcome everyone to join our S19 XP Hydro Blast. And with this event, we will bring the once-a-year opportunities for clients to purchase S19 XP Hyd with a promotion price. And the price will be announced tonight during our VIP dinner, which is within 10 hours. So what we can do within 10 hours, we would like to have everybody to see the activity and happily to have you to join us. So there's 5 steps to enjoy the Hydro Plus, and for all the participants here, I think only 4 steps. That you have to have an SVIP tickets and pay the deposits online before November 9th, 8 p.m. And before the promotion price announced, you can join the activity, the price quiz. And if you correctly, your guess is hit the price correctly, and you will get an award that the award will be the end space equivalent to the deposit units that you pay for. So which is a very huge award that can help you to successfully have a good start with this innovation of hydro technology. And then you have 3 working days to confirm the order after the promotion price release, and pay for the order 30 days after the confirmation of order. So with talking to most of our clients, everybody have the interest to join the innovation and catch the trend of the transformation of hydro mining infrastructure. And the biggest concern challenge for them is to have the mining farm, the hydro cooling mining farm, have the capacity. And so we would like to work closely with our clients and stay ahead of the market trends and tackle the barrier. So there's several ways that can help us to build out the stable, long-term hydro mining farms and to ensure the people who participate can be the most profitable miners in the next cycle. Here's the business model that's the most welcome one that we work with our clients in. So you will have a little bit notes here, and you can also talk to other of your companions that who joined this corporation already. So we are we are jointly build the mining, the hydro mining facilities with the end space. BITMAIN will bring the end space, and the clients will provide stable electricity resources with qualified water resources. And during a period of time, the ownership of end space will be transferred to the clients with discounted hosting price. And under this business model, you will have, I think, the most stable customer in this industry. We are a manufacturer, and we will we provide the most stable resources, and we have a big platform to gathering all the clients. So there's a lot of many advantage of this business model that you don't have to invest a lot of capital if you want to join the innovation of the hydro cooling mining infrastructure. So you just need to have the resources and bring it to us, and we will bring the end spaces. And that's dramatically lower the capex to be invested upfront. And secondly, it's shortened the construction period of time. That for the traditional building, it takes longer. It takes more than 6 months to build out. But for the containers, it takes around 2 months to be delivered from the manufacturer to the destination. So that's the unique advantage of this industry, that time is the most important thing. Everybody wants to catch the timing opportunity and to, catch the opportunity in the bear market and gain the profit in the bull market. So that's that's the opportunity I want to bring and share with everyone, and we are looking forward to talk with our clients and people who are interested in this business model. We have a large group of business development managers in the conference hall that feel free to talk to them. We're more than happy to share with you more about the details of this cooperation opportunity. And since 2018, I was traveled most of the Latin American countries, and I saw some of the miners in a small scale to develop their mining farms with S19. And now they are gathering here. I'm so happy to see the mining business actually help them to develop their to improve their lives, and so we're happy to see them here as old friends, and they are interested in this industry and want to develop and apply this hydro-cooling technology. So we'll be more than happy to have more and more people, not only American mining companies, but also the mining company from the globe to talk with us and share the opportunities and thoughts about the future of mining. And today, I would like to address that. There's 10 hours left for us to catch the opportunity to join the HydroBlast, that if you can access to our official website and join the prize quiz, there's a huge opportunity for you to get the end space for free, which is the start, a very crucial start for you to start to build the hydro-cooling mining facilities. And that's the key, and that's the opportunity for the future, and hope everyone can have a trial and join the blast and enjoy this event. That's all for my sharing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Irene. So to summarize that, we love hydro cooling. Join Cancun S19 XP Hydro Blast, and stay with BITMAIN if you want to do hydro cooling. So next, we will have SQ, Mining Division President. She will talk about how BITMAIN will forge ahead with a new momentum. Welcome, SQ.
各位来宾，各位
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm very glad to be able to speak to you here today at the World Digital Mining Summit in 2022. We are meeting here today to talk about PLW and to better understand the new ways that this industry is developing. And I'm the Mining Division President. I would like to thank all of you for coming here today. Now, we are a decisive group. Our clients are very demanding, of course, and to meet their demands, we have set up a great team. For our products, and to better serve our clients, we've actually adapted the structure of our team. I will be in charge of mining across the globe. Gao Tianlin is in charge of sales for BITMAIN. Working even closer with the clients, we have split the sales department into 3 aspects for North America, Pan-Europe, and Pan-Asia. Wushu for North America, so particularly for North America, for the US, and for Canada. So, of course, for Pan-Asia, of course, we're talking about the entire continent of Asia and Oceania. In charge of this is Ling Han. She's particularly in charge of new management and bringing new products to market. Now, these are the contacts for these 3 people, and we invite you all to contact them and reach out to them with all the questions that you might have. We want to build a healthy business environment together and want zero tolerance for business corruption. We say no to all of this. This is to provide the best customer service and product service for our clients. For that, we need to be ethical. This is what we want to implement through our business. That is what we insist on at BITMAIN. That's the only attitude we accept. We want all of our staff to not tolerate any corruption and to work against corruption at all steps. That is the only way for good development in the future. If you observe anything to the contrary, please report it to us. What do we mean by business corruption, particularly soliciting or accepting commissions or bribes from customers? That can also include sales-splitting bribes. But it can also be, of course, directly profiting from it. We have this report email that we encourage you to use for any complaints. This is a great mechanism. What we also want to do is to offer rewards for potential reports. All of this is, of course, confidential. The company keeps all information strictly confidential, and we will take professional measures to this end as well. 2022 marks the 9th year of BITMAIN, and of course we are planning for the next 10 years. We, of course, will never relent in these efforts. We need to address developmental problems through development. In the past 9 years, we have seen great transformation in the context of cryptocurrencies. And it has allowed us to garner quite a lot of expertise throughout the years. This has led to setting us up for a great win-win future. We have actually prepared for potential fluctuations in the market and set up the mechanisms for cooperation that we need. We have increased quality, reliability, and great customer service. We are certainly among the best in the industry, but that doesn't mean we're going to rest now on our laurels. We know that we need to prepare during bear markets. And actually, our hydro-cooling mining is evidence of these efforts. For good development of this industry, BITMAIN has provided a number of different cooperative mechanisms. For example, with regard to life cycles, that has already been very successful. That is absolutely central to a decent future. We have also put forward new technology through new mining rigs again, to ensure a brighter future. To respond to concerns in the future and increasing costs, also the consequences of climate change, we have also implemented great environmental mechanisms, such as to solve issues relating to liability and stability, for example, in hot climates. This is difficult and is expensive at this point. We have already set up the most efficient, most stable hydrocooling mining technologies to this end. Now, going ahead, I would like to talk a little bit about a new cooperation mode that we've put forward. At the core of it, of course, it is that BITMAIN will always provide miners with the best and most competitive performance to our partners, always at a competitive price. We, based on our contracts, will always ensure in return then from our partners farming resources at the lowest electricity price. And what does that mean? Well, it means that signing a contract for both of us, for both sides, partners and BITMAIN, we will take care on our end for BITMAIN of the vicissitudes in the following 3 to 5 years. We have also been very clear on this, that we all want to profit one-on-one. So mining farm partners who provide hosting at ultra-low prices will actually enjoy a 50% discount for the S19 XP series. The same applies to our hydro-cooling devices, where we provide these containers. This is a technology, and we always adapt, of course, our methods of cooperating to this respective client. So if you sign a contract with us for over 7 years, for instance, of course, the XP series certainly is probably your best choice. Now, all of our friends have probably seen this on our website, the Mining Farms Resource Corporation program, and I would like to introduce this very briefly. We just heard about this as well. The first one is the one on hydro cooling consign to own. So containers can be provided at very low down payment, 0 down payment in fact, and that allows us to reduce the cost and cycle of hydro cooling mining farms. In the future then, of course, this allows everyone to expand their business. At the same time, the miners also then get the user rights for, of course, the technologies. That is certainly much safer, much more secure for the miners. For our partners then, they can support us through and reduce lead times much substantially by working with us. And there's one interesting phenomenon there. Very often we see that lots of partners can't find hosting partners. Very often there's also issues with communication and information. And that's why we provide services for miner hosting. So we bring together people who look for it and mining farms that offer hosting services. That can actually ensure greater prosperity for everyone involved. BITMAIN's cooperation project is a great benefit to everyone on the market. Regardless of where you are in the world and what climate you find yourself in, what time of the year it is, we can always adapt what we do to the local situation on the ground. We, of course, in our design and in the setup. Can ensure great development. So this is a very decisive moment. So you need to seize this opportunity. But that's not easy. You need, of course, the funds. There are also certain demands to the technology and the equipment. Throughout the past year, we have actually invested quite a lot to ensure that our partners waste less money in wrong projects. We provide more information, more data to this extent, to ensure that our partners have all the information they need to make informed decisions. The Mining Farms Resource Corporation, we've set up a team for this that also takes care of the design of the mining farms and the like. This allows to be more systematic in our approach. Beyond this, we encourage everyone to talk to us and to approach us about how they can work best with us. So we to this end have set out and are promoting the mining farm coupon that has set a target for cost incorporation with BITMAIN after February 2021 and is for mining farms with cooperative load reaching 200 MW. We have set up certain rules as well. For mining farms with an average uptime of 95%, more than that in fact, and a cooperative load of more than 20 MW can enjoy a $10,000 coupon per megawatt. So this coupons will be issued by November 30th in 2022. And these can actually be transferred, but they cannot be used for past orders. Let's now talk about hydro cooling solutions. They're designed for at least 10 years. So even under greatest pressure, we can promote good development of this industry through this development, to this new technology. From the first generation of the S ANTMINERs to today, we've actually gone through 10 cycles. And this has made them much more efficient as well throughout the different generations. So in the design, of course, in terms of the investment, the cost and all that, we see great improvements. And that actually works to the benefit of all of us. Today, I would like to just emphasize that we want to ensure a greater future for the entire industry. That's why we promote a one-stop solution to everyone, because we are right at the trends of tomorrow to leverage all the benefits of this market and of this industry. Designed operational life, of course, of the system is at least 10 years. The materials that we use all are ASHRAE standard compliant, and of course they're able to resist high pressure, high temperatures, aging, and corrosion. The price of it is actually quite low. So and it should vastly see fewer failures as compared to air cooling. It can actually adapt to a number of different environments, such as North America, the Middle East, Northern Europe, and Southeast Asia. In terms of the life cycle, we have also ensured even greater operational ability. So this shows that the system really works well. This hydro cooling system. In terms of the design, we have actually achieved a standardized design that's compatible with future miners. Also compared to the past S19 and of course our future miners. So they're compatible with both the older and the new models. That makes it easy to update the ANTMINERs, the equipment. And it means that it works with all of the different types of ancillary equipment, such as transformers and networks. So that further allows us to decrease prices and costs over time. So this ensures that we don't need to worry about any aspect of the ecosystem that we see around it. We can provide services across the entire ecosystem. Now, we've done a lot. We've also seen a number of different cycles and all the different characteristics that come with it. So it all boils down to this. Breaking new ground in the bear market means to promote hydro cooling strategically. In the next 2 to 3 years, hydro cooling mining farms will account for over 50% market share. So beat the markets and become an industry winner in the hydro cooling era. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SQ. Again, hydro cooling is the best, so do hydro cooling. Okay, next we have Mr. Zijian Li, Head of Crypto Mining Solution Institute at BITMAIN. He will continue to share how hydro will help us build a better world. Welcome, Zijian Li.
Thank you for the introduction. Welcome to be here today in WDMS. I'm Zijian Li. So my topic today is talking about building a better world with hydro. So first, let's take a look at what has been happening in the industry. So more and more mining farms are popping around the world, and each mining farm is becoming bigger and bigger. As we can see in here, the number of mining farms with over 100 megawatts of capacity is growing. So the question is, how you're going to gain the competition advantage in this race? BITMAIN has been working on push the limit of BTC mining. So we strongly believe the hydro mining will be the future. With its high efficiency and the stable performance, all these two combined together leads to the low energy consumption, which means also low energy cost. On the other hand, other than the low energy cost, using water as a cooling agent instead of air, so which will reduce your mining farm, the footprint greatly, about 35% smaller, and also the noise level will be coming down greatly. Other than that, almost with 100% of uptime, which is very stable performance, the operation cost will become, we are expecting it's going to cut in half. So you will need less staff, and that was so basically it's, the operation cost will be much smaller. So I've been saying so many good things about the hydro mining. So the question here is how you're going to build, how we are going to provide the support. The BITMAIN provide the support for build the hydro mining farms. So our support probably will cover the whole journey of the mining farm construction, which includes the early consulting, and also includes the design support and also the construction support, the whole life of the hydro mining farm life expectancy. So for the pre-purchase consulting, the BITMAIN support will include the site selections. After the site selections, we will also provide the resource assessment regarding for that specific site. Usually it includes the water resource, the power resource, and also the local climate analysis. Other than that, we believe that some of the clients, probably they have a different requests, different reasons. They are looking for a little bit different cooling system other than we currently offer the containers. So we are also happy to help provide the preliminary technical consultant in this stage. During the design process, so BITMAIN will provide design guideline. This design guideline will help you go through all the design process. For the design in the early stage, so with this design guideline, the engineering team will be easy to do an early layout. With this layout, you can very easy to make a feasibility studies. After that, when you finish the early study, the design can be developed further. We also including the standards that's including in the design guideline. This design guideline will help your team to speed up your design process. With all this standard design, we also believe this will make your team, make the client to much easier and much faster to make an estimation, especially regarding for the construction cost and also to make estimation of your construction time. Other than that, when you finish all this design probably needs to submit to the city for the approval. So we are also happy to help for this process. We will provide technical support during this city approval process. And then in the last, that's for the construction. For the construction, first of all, of course, we are very happy to answer all these construction questions regarding for the technical part. That's part of our job. On the other hand, other than construction, actual construction technical part, we also devise a diagram to help the client to reduce the initial construction cost. It's called the consign to own. So for this part of a diagram, I'm going to revisit a little bit later in the later slides. So other than that, when you finish constructed the hydro mining farm, we'll be very happy to help you to connect your mining farm to the world of hosting clients based on our mining rating systems. Our mining rating systems is performance only, so nothing else. The rating is based on your performance. All this to say, we strongly believe the future will be the hydro. So we envision in the year 2024, the majority of mining will be hydro minings. And we are expecting to see more hydro miners, the machines, will be circulated in the market. So here, I'm proud to introduce our consign to own programs. So BITMAIN will provide you the end space infrastructure to your mining site without zero upfront cost. So the infrastructure cost will be paid up gradually in a certain period, duration of the hosting time. Usually it's 12 months. And for more of those details and the terms, please join our Telegram group and contact one of our BITMAIN members for the further information. So you can also see in here the contact information, the QR code for our Telegram group, and also the email also listed here. So after all this talking, so probably you'll be wondering, so what it actually looks like for the actual mining farms. So so one of the mining farms right now is currently operating and work perfectly. It's owned by the Merkle Standard in the United States, which the site was located in the Washington State. And then the site currently has 25 megawatt hydro in the operation. It's in perfect conditions. So we are planning to organize a tour to the site. The specific day has not been confirmed yet, but it's going to be very soon. So also, please contact our BITMAIN members for the trips. Everybody is welcome in here. For the last slides, I'm going to talk about a little bit more. So about the other cooling solutions and also for the clean energies. So of course, some clients probably will prefer the other cooling solutions due to the various reasons. BITMAIN is always happy to help to explore the other possibilities. So we will be very glad to offer the customized immersion cooling solutions if our clients are interested. Other than that, also BITMAIN committed itself to develop a more cleaning mining infrastructures. Other than the carbon offset, we are working on the cleaning energy such as water, wind and solar. We are also working on the reuse those energy discharged from the miners. Usually it's a heat just simply released to the open space. We would like to collect those heat and reuse it for the public goods in various scenarios, such as a greenhouse or the public pools. That will be the end of my speech. Thank you for being here with us, and let's stay connected. And I'm looking forward to help you with your hydro mining farms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
好的，非常感谢你的分享。接下来呢，我们有请董春辉，他就是在比特大陆负责北美的
Maintenance one-stop after-sales service. Welcome, Charlie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I see less and less people here. Maybe you get hungry, but don't worry, I'm the last speech, and later on we will enjoy the lunch. After you have find the best miners or machines from my colleagues, now it's getting to the service from my team. We are here to ensure your miners working in the most efficient way. So my speech is smart operation and the maintenance. We'll give you the one-stop service about any miners you have any problems. So our slogan is we're the reliable miner and hash rate guardian. So for you have when you do the crypto mining, I want to do a quick survey. Maybe you have different problems. In the very beginning, you're short of the manpower, and later on, maybe the lack of the experience. They are not very familiar with the products. And also you spend a lot of money, the cost is high, try to figure out how to make the machines working properly. And sometimes, even you got the technician and still you are stuck in somewhere, you do not know which firmware is the most compatible for your machine. And you see the miners is with the power, with the internet connection, but it's just not hashing, so it's frustration. And also, sometimes it's because of the problem about your site. So these are the problems we have encountered in the last 8 years. So once you have the problems, we share the same problems with you. Yeah. So it's getting to know my team through a couple of figures. The first number is 8. It's very important, and because my team has been doing the operation for the crypto mining in the last 8 years. And we served across globally, it's 5 continents, our footprints. From the very early the miners, like the vintage miners, until the latest S19 XP Hyd, we have operate or maintain the miners more than 1 million units. Yeah. So the third number is 1 million. And also my team right now have more than 100 people, and They are in Asia, in Europe, in North America and South America. Yeah. We can offer to our clients the 24/7 service to give you the 99%, we call it a qualification rate. It's more accurate, it's more efficient than uptime. It's more efficient than uptime. We make sure any miners with the power, they are hashing, they are in the full hash rate hashing. Let's say if you bought that one, 250, they should hashing at 250. If it's 104, they should work at 104. We can help you on this point. Then why we can make this? How my team can make this? The first is because we have a ton of the experience with different of the models. Yeah. And second, we have the modularized. It's like a different module, my team. Let's say the 3 technicians make one team. They are mobilized. They can deploy it to anywhere if your site is ready. Let's say you got the power, you got the machine, we can take care of that. And they are the top, they are the best technician, operation technician in the market. Because nobody understands the products better than the manufacturer, right? And also, we have how to say, standardized indication or matrix to manage the machines if they are working properly or not. Yes. The last is, it's not just like the how to say, the Apple and the iPhone and Apple Store. In BITMAIN, my colleagues have the machines, right? And also we have another team. They doing the ecosystem. It's a software. This software is most compatible with the machines. So right now, the machines we operated is all managed by the software. You may wondering, what's the software? Okay, this is the platform. It's called some of you may have seen this before. It's called ANTMINER. And they have the desktop version and also have the mobile version. They give you different, you can see at the dashboard, yeah, they have their, how many miners is online, how many is, have the, let's say, the control board problem or the fan problem, or even the pole, it's configured correctly or not. So everything is very clear at here. And also, it's very easy to learn to use. Usually, I talk with my partners just through maybe 5 to 10 minutes. They figure out how to use this one, how to set up their IP address or poll information or admin account, everything. It's very easy to familiar with this. And also, it has a data security because they have the most compatible with the machines. So you always can say if anything is unusual. It's very easy to show in the system. Of course, in that case, the efficiency will be high. And if, let's say, someone, the admin or some technician who work on the site, they change the poll without your authorization, without your permit, you can get the alert immediately. Also, you can get the alert by the email or by the message to your cell phone number. So the ANTMINER also give you a sense of your P&L. Let's say how many Bitcoin you mine in a specific day or in a specific period, say in a weekly basis or in a monthly basis. Also, if your site have multiple stakeholders, the profit sharing, and they have a very clear system so that you can know how and in what time the machine is working. Let's say sometimes you get an outage. I mean, everything is very clear in this online system. So what we can offer, we have two different service model. The first thing is like a combo service. Let's say some of the investors, they got their power plant ready, got their substation ready, and they have their, they bought the miner, and now they want the turnkey solution. We can do that. We can take over the site, and what you need to do is every day you look at the data. If anything, and you will be responsible for the data. We will let you know in advance. We will have the proposal, so that to make sure we maximize the outcome of the miners you own on site. Or the second solution is like it's more in the hydro solution. Maybe some of the, let's say the investors, they already have their team, their local team, to take care of the miners, but at the very beginning, you don't have that much of the experience. Then we know our ANT space. We know the ANTMINERs quite well. In this scenario, we can send the technician, the expert, or the consultant to work with your guys, let's say 3 months or half a year. It's up to you. You want us to teach or train your staff so that make sure you can take care of the machines. Yeah, so this is also workable for us. The last is the context for my team in different market. Yeah, I'm from the North American market, and also we got colleagues for some other market. If you need, you may take a picture. The second part of our team is we offer a one-stop after-sales service. We care what you care. You care about the hash rate. We know that definitely. You care about the miners. We can help you to work out there. We take the 3 actions to give our clients the best service as we can. The first, we want to give you the response, very quick response. We hate delay. And the second way is we try to optimize our service package. Later on, you will see the details. And the last, we try to expand our service network so that you can reach us easily. For a quick demand or your frustration, what we can do is we negotiate, we try to develop more repairing sites in the major crypto mining market, like right now in North America and in some emerging market as well. And the second thing is maybe it's very new. It's the first time you hear it's the first time you hear probably. It's like a swapping. What's that supposed to mean? Let's say in your side you got 100 or 1,000 miners. It's not working properly. Okay, let's say we have nearby the repairing center. You just pallet size them, box them, and put them on the pallet, and create the ticket in the system. Once we have the tickets, the same day you send out the bad miners, the same day we send you the good miners for training. It's not exactly the same piece you shipped out. It's the same model, same hash rate with very similar warranty. Let's say you still have 180 days. We will send you back some. It's a different secret SN number, the machine, but the warranty is very close. This is what we call the swapping, so that we can save the time, the logistic time. The third is we can also, we rank our clients in different class. For some category of the clients, we can offer you the on-site maintenance. For example, you got 500 miners not working. After you talk with the sales team, maybe we can send the technician on-site. You set up the workstation. My team can work on-site to help you to fix the machines. And also we have our, maybe you have heard, we have a training program. We have the training program in different season, yes, in different market. You can join, you can also consult with us. You can join the training, send your guys to there to learn how to repair, how to diagnose, how to troubleshoot their machines. By doing this, we have reached the target, like the machines once arrive at the repair center, they should be fixed within 3 days. We try our best to give 7 days promise, which is you send out, you ship out today, next week of today, you should get the miner spec, repair the good miner spec. Of course, through the different actions, you can see the swapping is very efficient way. The work scope. You can buy some of the parts like the fans or PSUs. You can place the order online. And before you place the order, if you have some not clear or concerns, you can talk to the salespeople. They can connect you with my team so that you can know if they have their stock or not. And also, we can do some remote room meeting to help you figure out. We have the experience to do the remote diagnose or something by the video call. We can see at real time what's the problem there. If you got the parts ready, or we can figure out. Unless it's not the cheap level repairing. Yeah. Also, we are trying to work out a program. It's like the warranty extension, which means usually the miners, let's say they have their 180 days or 1 year warranty or half-year warranty. So after the expired, we can, right now we are working on the program. You can buy, it's like the package. It's like the insurance. You buy the package, the extension package, and later on in the next year, if your miners have the problem, you're still in the warranty. So this is how to say, footprint or general picture about our network, repair network. Yes, you may take a picture globally. You can see right now we have 4 sites in United States. It's operational, and also in Europe and Southeast Asia. The orange one is the plan. They should be coming very soon. And also, I realized some of their partners always discuss with me or talk with me, hey, Charlie, I want to be your, how to say, I join your repairing network. So here we have some criteria for anyone interested to join us as an authorized repairing center. They do have the manpower requirements and their capital, register capital, and you should have enough working space, and also you should have enough their experience or let's say, the parts or the bad manners. I mean, you need to have something to prove you're qualified or to pass their conditions to be as a qualified repairing center or join us. So at the right side, that is the email and the QR code for anyone interested about joining our authorized repairing center. Yeah. We are looking forward to have more cooperation with you to offer you the best service in the coming future. Yeah. Thank you so much. Enjoy your stay in Cancun.
Okay, thank you, and that's it for the morning session. So for those of you who have an SVIP ticket, you're eligible for the Cancun S19 XP Hyd Blast, where you will enjoy an exclusive promotion at a very good price, which will be announced at our SVIP dinner tonight. I like to once again show off the highlights of S19 XP Hyd. It is cost efficient, adaptable to different working conditions, has a stable hash rate, and quiet ambience. So if you want to know more about Cancun S19 XP Hydroblast, please visit our office to help you. So another good news is that if you purchase miners on our BITMAIN official website with ETC, you can enjoy a 5% discount. More details will come up tomorrow. And okay, I will let you go to lunch. You have a 2-hour lunch break for SVIPs. You could have your lunch buffet at Fantino, the Club Grill, and the cafe. And you can just the hostess will show you the way. And if you're not having the lunch buffet, there are some great restaurants 5 to 10 minute walking distance away from the hotel. During this next 2 hours, feel free to visit the booth where you can network with our sponsors and explore the latest products and services in the industry. We would like to remind everyone to be back here before 2 p.m. for the next round of the speeches. Please remember to follow the safety regulations and leave your translation headsets at your seat, please. Thank you. See you in the afternoon.
In an era of continuous transformation, a period overwhelmed with uncertainty, step into the future of endless possibilities. Seize the moment and unlock new opportunities. WDMS 2022 Global, POW Power and Mining Impetus, the largest world digital mining summit, taking place between the 8th and 10th of November in Cancun, Mexico. Gathering industry pioneers, focusing on POW power and mining impetus, diving into efficient and clean mining, discussing hydro-cooling technology, aggregating the momentum of mining, brainstorming the digital future in Latin America. Rise above and together, build the consensus, prepare in the bear, and prosper in the bull. Go to www.bitmain.com to join WDMS. Build together in winter 2022 for a more prosperous spring 2023.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch, a chance to walk around and meet new people. If this is your first time attending WDMS, this is actually one of the many MDMS that we have held. The first WDMS was in Georgia in 2018, and 2019 WDMS was held in Germany. Many of you may have also joined us in Dubai in 2021 and in Miami this year, and we hope to see you at future events as well. And now please join us as we welcome our first speaker for this afternoon, Porter Stowe, Director of Community at Filecoin Foundation. Unfortunately, he cannot be here with us today, but we have him on Zoom. Let's welcome Porter from Filecoin Foundation. Porter, say hi to the audience.
Hello, hello. So excited to join you guys today, and it's deep regrets that I'm not able to attend in person. I live in Park City, Utah, where I woke up to 8 inches of snow this morning, so Cancun sounds like a nice place to be at the moment. Would you like me to continue on? And if so, could you show my presentation, please? Well, while they're pulling up the presentation, a little bit about me. I've been in the Web3 space since 2017. I did a time with IBM as a product manager for their enterprise blockchain platform. Also did a year at Coinbase. And for the past 2 months, I've dived headfirst into Filecoin. And there is just so much to share and so much going on within the Filecoin ecosystem. Today, I really want to spend my time explaining what Filecoin is and getting you all hopefully excited about the opportunity it presents, because I know throughout my job search and career choices, I was very excited and was very enthralled by the potential of Filecoin and what it can mean for businesses, enterprise, and Web3 going forward. So today, I want to make sure you understand what Filecoin is, and then potentially how to get involved I guess the vast majority of you are Bitcoin miners, and there's a lot of overlap between Bitcoin mining and Filecoin, even though they are very different things once you really dive into it. So with that being said, let's go forward and talk about Filecoin. Next slide, please. So, I want to start my story with how I got into Bitcoin. When I got into Bitcoin in 2019, I remember watching Mike Novogratz from Galaxy on CNBC talking about how everyone should have 5% of their gold investment transferred over to Bitcoin. And that premise really made a lot of sense to me. Once you understood the technology and what it could do, 5% seemed like a very reasonable allocation. And ultimately, what Mike was trying to tell me at the time was diversification. And really, from a miner perspective, the Filecoin represents an opportunity in diversification. Ethereum mining no longer exists. Bitcoin mining has been a very popular topic in the news, over the last 2 weeks, especially today. In fact, I'm flattered that all of you in the audience are not glued to crypto Twitter at this very moment, looking at all the news coming out through social media. But with a ray of hope, hopefully this Filecoin message can help shed new light on new opportunities. Next slide, please. The one thing, when you look at what you may have with Bitcoin mining that is applicable to Filecoin, is you probably have a cheap source of power. You've become very good at managing and optimizing your operational expenses, and you have a bunch of hardware, networking, and compute expertise at your disposal. Whether you're running a massive miner or you're a niche player, these are all expertise that are hard to come by and relevant to being successful within Filecoin. This, Filecoin mining is very different than Bitcoin in the sense that you can't just plug in a machine and earn rewards. It takes more work because you're actually trying to store real data on a network coming from real businesses and clients. And we'll dive into that a little bit more later on. But just know that there's a lot of things that you have already that make you prime for making this transition. Next slide, please. So let's talk about what Filecoin is. Filecoin is a peer-to-peer network that stores file with a built-in economic incentive model to ensure files are stored reliably over time. So, this is basically a market layer between data clients, those with data looking to put data onto the Filecoin network, and storage providers, those willing to provide that capacity and capability to those clients. Filecoin is just an economic layer in between that, facilitating deals. And why this is so interesting and important, it's really becoming a true marketplace without vendor lock-in, with more control to the user, the client. And these are true to the philosophies of Web3. It's about control. And this is a way to kind of challenge the status quo that public clouds have represented. Everyone knows that, like, if you're working with AWS, Azure, or Google, they make it very easy to put your data on and then make it very difficult to move your data or to get it off. And that's known as vendor lock-in within the public cloud space. Again, earlier in my career, I was at IBM for 8 years, of which I spent a majority of that time working within the IBM cloud division. And understanding those problems, seeing some of the frustrations and pain points from clients during that era of my career, really helped shed the light for me about Filecoin and its potential. Next slide, please. So, I'm always trying to relate to my audience. And one of the lines about Bitcoin that I've always appreciated, that I've heard from thought leaders such as Mark Yusko from Morgan Creek Digital, is if you give your money to a bank, you are no longer in control of your money. And I love that line as a pro-Bitcoin line. And if you think about that, what that means about Filecoin is if you give your data to a public cloud provider, you are no longer in control of your data. They could turn that data over to authorities. They could deplatform you. They could, you have a centralized single point of failure. They're not making it accessible or easy for you to move your data around as you see fit and at your discretion. So I love that framework of how do you think about data within the Filecoin ecosystem, about having data clients have maximum control in an open marketplace. It's really a way to make cloud, providing cloud services or data storage a little bit more capitalistic than what it currently exists with the public cloud framework. Next slide, please. Let's just skip this one more. That is our website. So if you go to filecoin.io, there's some great resources, interactive and visual, that'll help guide you through some of the Filecoin basics. But I'm here to help kind of demystify those basics for you. And ultimately, why Filecoin is winning is we have a lot of scalability. Currently, we have about 17 exabytes of storage capacity on the network. That's 1% of all global storage out there in the marketplace, and this is growing all the time. We have accessibility. We have you can access your data from any location, even if a storage provider fails. This is because we have a unique content identifier system called IPFS that's been around since 2013 that enables you to identify and move your files at any given point in time, especially if there's a single point of failure within your storage. And this is what makes no vendor lock-in possible. You can choose where your data is stored anywhere across the globe. We have over 4,000 storage providers globally in over 44 countries. So if you have data residency issues, we can match any of those requests. We also have something called proof of replication. And this is what I think Filecoin's real special sauce is. So on a daily basis, we send a ping to make sure your data is in the place that you designated and that it hasn't been altered. We have a unique use of cryptographic proofs through Merkle trees that make sure that validates that your data has not been altered. Because if it had been altered or subject to risk, a hack or a fraud, that proof would no longer be valid. So we have proof of replication that always updates you on the status of your data in a way that, frankly, public storage cloud providers can't match. And then finally, this is a value play. We're getting to a point of feature parity with all the major cloud providers, but yet because we're an open market, we can, storage providers are able to charge the prices they see fit. And it's that competitiveness that is creating a substantial amount of value and cost savings for people looking to store their data on the Filecoin network. So a lot of exciting things in aggregate differentiate us in the market. Next slide, please. And so what my role within Filecoin is I work with our storage provider ecosystem. Again, I said there's data clients, those looking to store their data, and storage providers, which is all those doing the hard work to make sure that those files get properly stored on the network. And if you look at their business, there's a number of things that they can do to make money with Filecoin. They could just provide capacity to the network. They could do what we call unverified deals, which is open to anyone. But we also have something called verified deals, which is we look at the clients storing data and authenticate them to a degree through a very lightweight KYB, know your business process. And if it matches up, that enables a 10x block reward for storing client data. Filecoin is only useful if the data putting on the network is of value and has what we call in the industry is not empty boxes. We want real data that has importance and relevance and is useful to be stored. And if you qualify for that, now you're getting into 10x block rewards. Whereas if you look at how people are participating on our network today, 99% of the participants are doing verified deals because the value is there, the client demand is there, and obviously the block reward is there. Now, this is an open marketplace, so Filecoin doesn't mandate what you charge for storage. In fact, we see a wide variety of monetization strategies across our ecosystem. Some people are charging for storage. Some people charge $0 for storage. Some people are even paying the clients to take their data from them and store it on the network. Either way, it is up to you, the storage provider, on how to run your own business. And that is the true nature of a free market capitalist marketplace. And that's what we're trying to promote. Other things we see storage providers doing is they're building software and services that are of value to other storage providers and other players within the ecosystem and monetizing those services. And coming soon, in Q1 of next year, we also will have sealing as a service. So those with excess capacity are able to provide that sealing capacity to storage providers who may not have the hardware or equipment to seal, to process all the requests that their clients may have from a sealing perspective. This is a capital-intensive business, and it's a great way for those with that capability to optimize, to make sure that they're getting a full utilization of their existing investment, while the storage providers who may be on the smaller side can benefit by getting the job done and their client deal executed without having to make that capital intensive investment. Some people do one of these, some people do all of them. It's really up to everyone on how they would like to participate and what value they can provide to the overall ecosystem. But the point is there's a lot of flexibility and a lot of opportunity. Next slide. So let's go into the opportunity. So Filecoin is a different protocol than everyone, there's a lot of other layer ones out there, mostly because we're focused on a singular use case, and that's data, archival data storage. And let's just look at what's going on within the market today. Next slide. What you have to understand is, these statistics to me were just mind-blowing. There is a massive tailwind going on in data storage growth. So, from 2020 to 2025, the amount of data that will be generated is anticipated to grow by 250%. Over that same time period, enterprises are going to need, close to 200% more data storage capacity. And by 2027, the total cloud storage market is going to reach $183 billion. That's up from about $78 billion today. That's an 18.5% compound annual growth rate. And these are just massive growth numbers supporting, not only just your traditional cloud providers, but creating a massive tailwind for Filecoin as well. And when I look at these forecasts, I know for a fact they can't possibly accurately predict what's going to happen in new solutions such as IoT or metaverse. There's so many things that we can't even predict that could increase these numbers even more. Next slide. We recently did an IDC survey talking to enterprise customers. So 80% of all data that's being stored right now, whether it's public or private, is coming from large institutions or enterprises. So this is an area of massive potential for us over the next 5 to 10 years. And we surveyed them, and the results were overwhelmingly positive. So 90% of enterprises are interested in a decentralized cloud storage solution if it's cheaper and has feature parity. What I found interesting about that statistic is the way it's worded is they already know about decentralized cloud storage. Awareness is usually, historically been a major challenge with new technologies in the past with large enterprises. And the fact that they're already aware of us really gives us a leg up on reaching these growth targets. The 85% of respondents indicate they would benefit from a more geographic distribution, and 87% were concerned about the vendor lock-in currently exists within your traditional public cloud providers. All of this just, I think reaffirmed for me that Filecoin is well positioned for a great product market fit going forward, as long as we can deliver on that feature parity outlined in the first bullet. So again, your target customer, where the real growth is going to come, is actively seeking this type of opportunity. Next slide, please. So let's talk about what's going on today in Filecoin. And what you can see here is that the green chart going up and to the right is what we call those verified data deals. This is real data confirmed by clients getting put onto the network. And it is going exponential. And it's just growing more and more as our capabilities increase. We had, over last year, we have 8.5x since the beginning of the year. That was well, exceeding our expectations. Currently, we're putting 2 to 3 petabytes of data, verified data on the network every day. We are the largest decentralized storage network by far and away by any metric that you could possibly examine. And more companies are coming to us every day. We still have 16 exabytes of capacity left to fill, and those capacity numbers are still going up on a year-over-year basis. So, we're getting to that hockey stick growth. We're getting strong fundamentals underneath our, that drive Filecoin in a way that, the utility is coming to the network. And with that utility, our story becomes much more undeniable as a force in the marketplace. Next slide, please. And we're growing at 25% month over month. That's 230 petabytes of data have been stored that has been verified with verifiable clients. Next slide. And that's 1,000 verified clients contributing to Filecoin, that are driving the total amount of storage on the network. Keep seeing more clients doing bigger and larger deals. And as people get comfortable, you're going to see those red lines of over 1 PIB, 1 petabyte of data coming onto the network, continue to increase month over month. Next slide. And we're doing some really interesting projects. These are some of the clients in our network. We have 35 million NFTs stored on Filecoin today. We also are storing data for Internet Archive, Berkeley, Harvard. We also have recently announced that CERN is storing data with us. These are marquee players, research institutions that see Filecoin as a way to not only reduce their operating expenses from a data storage perspective, but also making their research more accessible and transferable on a global basis. A lot of these times, if you're a US research institution and you want to share your life's work with other institutions in, let's say, India, for example, the current methodology is to send hard drives in the mail via FedEx. And then once the research team on the other end gets those hard drives, now they have to sift through everything trying to find the data that they're looking for. Filecoin makes transferability much more simplified and also makes it more usable. Now researchers, because of the content identifier system within Filecoin, they can go right to the data they need, and it saves them a lot of time and headache. So, and there are so many other client stories that are transformational coming into our ecosystem every day. But these are some of my favorites as to what the potential is currently being explored. Next slide, please. So if you could click it twice, you can see some stats on the right. So right now you can see our global storage provider footprint. We have over 4,000 global storage providers, and they range from big to small. And what you need to take away is that we're just still 1% of the total global storage capacity. We're having more storage providers come on in Africa, more in South America, more in Asia, even Southeast Asia. There's still so much more opportunity from the Philippines to Vietnam, India. We're still seeing growth in the Middle East, Northern Africa, Southern Africa. So there's still so much more demand that we see from a client side that there's no lack of opportunity for any new storage provider who wants to enter our ecosystem. Next slide. So what does getting involved mean? And I hope, especially given all the things going on in Bitcoin today and how we started this conversation about diversification, what could that mean for you? So let's go start with some of the basics. Next slide. First off, know that you wouldn't be the first. Hut8 was a traditional Bitcoin miner who has recently worked with us and gone through one of our accelerator programs to begin diversifying into Filecoin. So this is an example of, while they're not abandoning Bitcoin mining, they're leveraging their expertise, hardware, and operating expense models to apply it to Filecoin. And so far are getting to be, quickly ramping up into our ecosystem and becoming a major player. Next slide. I think there's a lot that's going on within our community at all times. And it's important, first and foremost, that if you are curious, you get involved in the conversation. Twitter is a great resource that we're constantly updating. And Filecoin SP, which is short for storage provider, is a great way to get a sense for all the press releases, social media, events that could be occurring in your neck of the woods. And it's a great way to keep your finger on the pulse of everything that's going on because it moves so fast. That's a great resource for you to tap into. Secondly, we have a Slack channel There's a Filecoin Slack that is open to everyone. And the primary channel that I post on a regular basis, any actionable update or things that the community needs to know about gets posted to this Slack channel and is open for anyone to participate. So I encourage you to go add Filecoin Slack to your Slack dashboard and follow this channel as an entry point into getting going. Next slide. The first thing that we want to be upfront about is we want to position anyone looking to join Filecoin from a technological perspective as set up for success. We have a lot of, we have some really hard and true hardware requirements that we put out there as a way to make sure we are setting proper expectations based on our experience. This is some of the basics that you need to be successful. There's more in here. But again, these are the high-level bullets, and be sure to read the docs. And if you have more questions, I'd be more than happy to connect you to one of our solution architects who are always available to chat and help you navigate what becoming a Filecoin miner looks like. This is, again, it is different than being a Bitcoin miner, but again, there's a lot of overlap from a skill set and hardware perspective that you'll find applicable in this case. But you'll find that at the end, this is going to be much different. Next slide. And, this is a community, and this is probably one of the most exciting things is you need to learn from people who've been doing this a while. And, the way our ecosystem works is it forces collaboration. So what does that mean? If you have a client that is looking to store data on the network, the protocol demands that you involve 5 other storage providers to store a copy of the file that you've gotten from that client. And so you're basically handing out deals to 5 other storage providers. And that's what makes it inherently collaborative. And so you want to meet people, understand who you want to work with, who you want to do these deals with, and they will, if you become a trusted player, they will reciprocate by giving you their copies as well. Think of storing a copy as just like a free and easy deal. And this happens all the time across our ecosystem. And there's no better way to meet the community and begin to establish your credibility than participating in what we call ESPA, which is our accelerator program run by one of our storage providers that gives you the basics from a technical and business perspective on what to expect by joining the Filecoin ecosystem, how to be successful, and more importantly, introducing you to a lot of the other major players within the space. ESPA gives you some instant credibility across our global community. And frankly, this is just a great, easy way to get started. And this is exactly what Hut 8 went through as they made their transition from Bitcoin mining solely to Bitcoin mining and Filecoin. Next slide. We also have programs such as Slingshot, where we make it as easy as possible to do your first verified deal. Verified deals are where you get the 10x block rewards, and we're basically incentivizing anyone in our ecosystem to take an open data set and store it on the network. This is your fastest path to getting a 10x block rewards, and I promise you, once you see that in action, you will be interested and curious and motivated to do more. So we also have programs, again, we want you to be successful and get those quick wins. We have a lot of programs and resources to help you get there. Next slide. 5%. We started with 5%, I want to end with 5%. I showed you earlier that in 2027, the total market size for cloud storage is around 187 billion. What if we got 5% of that? Right now, we're 1% of capacity. What if we were 5% of storage? That puts us at $9 billion of just Filecoin. And that's really exciting. And then you look at all the client growth, all the fundamentals we see going up and to the right. This is a brand new space where we're just getting product market fit, and we're getting the stories that matter. And when these stories that matter keep coming to light, we become a drumbeat that you can no longer ignore. And 5% is a great place to start for your own business, just like I started with Bitcoin. But the potential of what if we become the 5% market share? What if we have 5% of the total addressable market? These numbers are just so massive and so exciting that hopefully you will see, like me, that Filecoin is an undeniable opportunity that is really trying to change the game in a way that, frankly, public cloud providers will be unable to match us in many respects. I hope you're excited about Filecoin. I know I am. I've invested my most valuable asset into Filecoin, my time and my career. And so far, after 2.5 months, I couldn't be more thrilled with my investment. And to leave you, I'll leave you with this. The greatest wealth is created by an early investor in innovation. Making that investment requires believing in something before the majority understand it. You will be mocked, ridiculed, and criticized for your non-consensus action, and it's absolutely worth it.
Thank you, Porter. Oh,
thank you
sorry.
so much.
Did I just? Thank you, Porter. Okay, thank you so much. Anyone have any questions? Oh, anyone have any questions that you want to ask? No? Okay. Before we go on to the next speaker, oh, thank you, Porter. You can go offline now. Before we go on to the next speaker, I just want to say a few things. We do have a lucky draw at 3:30. All VIPs and SVIPs can attend, but they have to be present here because they have to get on the stage and take photos. So text your friends who are VIPs and SVIPs who want to get into the lucky draw. The prize is really good too. The prize is a S19 XP Hydro, and then BitFuFu will provide 3-month free cloud mining of 1 S19 Pro plus Hydro. And we do have another 2 lucky draws tomorrow, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. And same as today, like the winners have to be present. So let your friends know. The second is that if you purchase miners on BITMAIN's official website with ETC, you can get a 5% discount. So just let you know that. And the third is that if you are feeling hungry, thirsty, need some refreshments, we will have snacks out there, coffee, tea, everything by 4. So you can go out and get some food and refresh yourself. Okay, so the next speaker will be Russell Ken. He is the EVP of Client Services at Core Scientific. He will give us a presentation on Bitcoin as a teenager, industry guidance on policy and regulation. Welcome, Russell.
So my name is Russell Ken. I've been with Core Scientific since 2000, I don't remember, for 5 years now. Before I came down here, I thought, you know, there's going to be a lot of people asking questions about Core's restructuring, how we're going to do it, what we're going to do. And then crypto happens. No one gives a rat's ass about what Core's doing because what's happened the past 24 hours? Holy crap. So it's actually, and oddly enough, I talked about doing this presentation. It was before all this happened, but it is very apropos for what is going on right now in our space. And it seems to happen all the time. So I just want to ask a couple things. How many of you have children here? I have a 22-year-old daughter. So, and I remember very well when she was a teenager what it meant. And much like Bitcoin, it's kind of gone, people like kids, they're cute, they're sweet, they get a little older, they get active. People still like them. Then they become a teenager, and it's a WTF, what is going on? They eventually get over that stage, and it kind of mellows out. But a lot of that, the kids, especially when they're teenagers, they need a little help. They need a little help to jump from teenager to young adult to adult. And that's kind of what I want to spend just a few minutes talking about, because I don't really know the answers here. But I do think that we as a group here, this is crazy seeing where I'm standing. You see this hand, big thing? Let me try to do some of this. Okay. I do think we as a group need to really ask the question of what kind of regulations do we want, not just individually at the country level, but at the global level. And it's really, tomorrow, we're going to spend some time with friends from Central and South America that are really looking at crypto mining and answering the question of what do we need to have as a country, what do we need to have as a state, or some kind of regional government, what kind of regulations do we as an industry folks want to have? I think it's important for us to really think about. So first off, let's just talk about what's happened in the world of Bitcoin. Adoption has been massive, and all of you here know that. It really has taken off the past couple of years. I got some eye candy here, just some charts letting you see the number of addresses, and it's things you all know. And I'm only putting them up here just because it's going to lead into kind of the regulation piece of it and what do we want to talk about. So interesting enough, last night I was sitting with my friend Dennis. He was sitting with his friend Paul. Dennis runs an economic development tech council in South Carolina. I live in South Carolina. He was sitting with his friend Paul. Paul is the Minister of Small Business for El Salvador. And you know what their conversation was about sitting out on the terrace? Dennis was talking about, in the state of South Carolina, what kind of rules and regulations, how can we actually put some regulations in place to help bring more miners to South Carolina? Paul was talking about what are some of the adoption kind of things and kind of regulations and policies they need to put in place in El Salvador to help speed up adoption. In particular, help speed up small businesses being able to accept crypto in their space. And those are the kind of questions we need to be addressing all the time. Right now in the United States, there's a lot of effort at the national level and at the state level to kind of put some framework in place. But quite honestly, that framework needs to be global. We need to be talking about globally. We need to talk about, and folks, we need to provide the examples for that. We need to lean into it. So if you're from a country right now and you're thinking about, hey, why are we not getting the benefits of crypto? Why are we not getting the benefits of crypto mining? We all know, if you're in the crypto mining space, you know there's some huge benefits to the power grid. The flexibility of crypto mining actually is an improvement in the grid. The investment you make into the grid actually can improve your local economy, can improve your local, where you live. So those are some of the things I want to talk about. And I just want to ask questions, and I want to ask questions of the group as to what are you doing in your geographic area. Those of you from South America right now, there's several of you tomorrow, we're going to be talking about mining in South America. What are some of the questions you need to be asking? What are some of the regulations and policies you need to be putting in place to make miners comfortable? I'm a Core Scientific. We're a huge miner. Guys, we have hundreds of thousands of units running. What can you do as a country or a state to say, here are some regulations that we've put in place to make you feel comfortable coming in and putting all that investment into where you're going to be? I'm going to fast forward through a couple of these things. I want to get over to my questions. We're already running a little bit late here. This is actually a pretty important slide, looking at the distribution. I think I have one in here. Well, I didn't have it in here. I thought I had one with the distribution of hash rate globally, because it's really kind of spread out a good bit lately in the past year and a half. How many of you have participated in any kind of way in writing legislation in your home country and or your home state, or have sit through interviews? See Chase raising his hand. If you're not doing that, guys and ladies, you need to do that. If we don't lean in as an industry, someone else is going to write that narrative for us. You have to raise your hand and say, this is why it's important. This is why we want to do this. Oh, look, see, I got to thank you so fast. Didn't even get back to my questions. Let's go back over here, because this is where I want to do some question-answer things. So, what kind of regulations can we think about? What makes people go, okay, here's what we want? What do we as an industry want for regulations? What kind of guidance do you want? Do you want regulations? Okay, what did we just watch happen today? What did we just watch happen with the wayward client that Core has for retail depositors? Maybe there needs to be some regulations there. Maybe there needs to be some policy there. What about in the crypto mining space? If you ask me and you ask Core Scientific, I'm going to tell you we want regulation. But we want to lean into it. We want to help guide some of that regulation and some of that policy. What are some areas in the world where we think have it right already? Does anywhere have it right? No. I know, it's after lunch. You guys want to be drinking margaritas by the pool. That's what I want to be doing too. I mean, I know that. El Salvador, all right? Paul and his friends in El Salvador, They're getting it. No capital gains on Bitcoin. They're getting the adoption curve right. Are there any countries that have it that way, though, already? So he's saying he's seen some of the other things happening. We've seen that too, higher fees on crypto mining as far as electricity is concerned, whereas we in the industry say, look, it's a generation thing. We're a customer of that generation. Why are we adding extra fees just because someone's crypto mining and using that power for crypto mining versus something else? Other things. Because I don't know the answer, folks. I just know it's a problem, and we have to come up with a solution, and if we don't come up with a solution, it's going to be forced down our throat. And that is not a good thing. Anybody else? Grid stabilization and energy in general. That's a topic that could use a lot of discussion because most folks that are in some of the decision-making authority, and we see this in Congress in the United States, don't understand the grid stability that crypto mining adds to it. I mean, crypto miners, we're a 24/7 base load that can be curtailed in a matter of seconds, and we can help control the frequency on the grid as well. I mean, if you talk to utility folks, all those, we check actually all the boxes they want. We're one half of a battery that no one has to pay for. Yet, it's very hard for folks to understand that. I'll give you a example, though, on how it can work. We had a little conference in South Carolina a couple weeks ago, and I was there. We were asking, what can we do in my little state to bring more crypto miners? Well, we're a regulated power state, so one of the things we said was, you know what? If we could help write a rate card, a tariff card, for the state of South Carolina for crypto miners that have all the benefits in there, then the utility providers could really push that. Lo and behold, we had someone from Duke Power there. Duke Power has been providing power for Core Scientific since 2017. Guy from Duke raised his hand and said, hey, we have a lot of experience with Core. We understand those. We could actually help the Public Service Commission in South Carolina write a rate card because we know what we've been doing in North Carolina. That's a prime example of how you can make policy work and how you can speed it up. And again, I don't have the answers, and my general legal counsel said I couldn't talk about the normal stuff I talk about because of the situation we're in. So I wanted to talk about global policy and regulation, but I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Coming up next is Ruslan Zenarov, CEO of Merkle Standard. BITMAIN has a great partnership with Merkle, and Mr. Zenarov is going to talk about hydro infrastructure today. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruslan Zenarov. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Merkle Standard. We are a vertically integrated mining company operating a couple of data centers in North America. As always, it's a great pleasure to be here. I wanted to thank the BITMAIN team for setting up such a wonderful event here in Cancun. As a quick personal introduction, I've spent most of my professional career on Wall Street, advising technology companies on capital raising, both in the public and private markets, as well as strategic M&A transactions. And Merkle Standard was founded about 2 years ago, although we've been in the mining business for quite a few years now. As a matter of fact, I got my first exposure to cryptocurrency mining when I was advising some of my semiconductor companies when they were providing services to the cryptocurrency clients back in mid-2010s. And at that time, the cryptocurrency mining industry was viewed as very, very nascent, which was run by a lot of crypto enthusiasts. And if you look at the industry now, it's definitely became more and more institutional. And I think as we all as an industry have done a phenomenal job of taking the cryptocurrency mining as well as digital asset mining to the next level. Today I'll spend a few minutes talking about Merkle Standard in general, as well as our experience of running hydro infrastructure at scale. Merkle Standard is a vertically integrated company. We operate 2 data centers. Total capacity is around 140 megawatts. Our flagship data center is located in the state of Washington, and we also have another data center in the state of South Carolina. We operate about 2.5 exahash of installed mining capacity. This is a mix of hydro technology as well as conventional air-cooled technology. And our team is very experienced, having decades of data center operating experience, as well as over 1 gigawatt of data center development experience, both in the conventional data center space as well as cryptocurrency data center space. Our team members joined us from many different companies, like AWS, as well as some of the largest cryptocurrency miners out there. Another thing that makes us very special is our joint venture relationship with BITMAIN. We've signed an agreement with BITMAIN to jointly develop up to 500 megawatts of data center capacity in North America, and we're on track to develop almost 140, 150 megawatts as of right now. A few data points on our company. Our total data center capacity enables about close to 5 exahash of hash rate. We're also very proud to have a very high uptime of around 98%. I'll show you some data points on the hydro technology specifically, which is actually even higher than 98%. And we're also pretty fast. Over the course of 2022, we've been delivering around 20 megawatts of developed data centers per month. And our time from shipping the machine to the data center to actually hash rate is less than 3 days. A few data points on the hydro specific experience. We're running 25 megawatts of ant spaces. And as you can see here, one of the reasons why we picked hydro as the next frontier for our deployments is high reliability, both in the uptime as well as the equipment failure rate. I'll spend a few minutes on overview of our data centers. So this was the overview of the Washington data center. So Washington is our flagship. This is a 225 megawatt facility. We have developed the first phase of the data center, which is 100 megawatts. We've specifically picked state of Washington and Pacific Northwest for its abundance of hydro energy. We're super focused on the renewable power, and the state of Washington is a great fit from that perspective. In addition to that, the state of Washington has a very mild climate, which is really important for both for uptime and longevity of equipment. Here we run a combination of air-cooled equipment as well as some hydro machines, as you can see on the slide here. Our second data center is located in South Carolina. This is a 40 megawatt data center. We've launched it with partnership with a local developer, and we're very proud to be able to develop and deliver this data center in less than 4 months. Here we run a combination of S19J Pros as well as S19 XP air-cooled equipment. Now, let me talk about our vision and our focus on efficiency. If you look at this slide here, you will see that the equipment manufacturers have done a phenomenal job of really improving efficiency over time. And by taking advantage of the latest technology roadmap from the semiconductor manufacturers. The S1 machine, which was introduced in the early 2010s, had efficiency of about 2,000 joules per terahash. And if you look at the latest generation machine from BITMAIN, which is the S19 XP Hyd, this machine features low 20s. It's actually 21 joules per terahash. So this is a 100x improvement in efficiency in less than 10 years. Our vision at Merkle is relatively straightforward. We want to be the most efficient miner out there. And we are going to do this by adopting the latest generation technology, just like Hydro. If you look at our machine efficiency today, our fleet efficiency today, it's about 26 joules per terahash. And this compares favorably against kind of the industry averages here for publicly traded companies. Now, let me spend a few minutes on Hydro-specific insights, which are very interesting. So why did we pick Hydro equipment? A few reasons. The first reason is obviously efficiency. If you look at the S19 XP Hydro machine with 21 joules per terahash, this is 30% more efficient than the most popular machine, the S19J Pro. You can also pack a lot more hash rate into the same miner. So at 250 terahash per second, this is 2.5x higher than the S19J Pro. Another reason is that we believe that the Hydro technology will have a much longer duration and durability. Given that the operating environment is a lot cleaner, there's no dust, there's no fluctuation in terms of temperatures for the chip, so we expect the machines to run a lot longer versus the air-cooled machines. And finally, if you look at the bottom left here, you will see that the Hydro machines feature phenomenal uptime. And as we all know, our business models, our financial models are highly sensitive to the uptime. And at about 99%, and this is our internal proprietary data that we're sharing, 99%, this is as good as it gets in terms of uptime. And as you can see on this chart here, the blue line, many times the uptime actually goes above 100%, and one would ask, how is this happening? And this is happening because we're actually getting more hash rate from the same machine versus what's on the label. So our financial model is highly sensitive to uptime, highly sensitive to efficiency. So this chart here shows that at $20,000 Bitcoin price, which is lower today, and current hash rate, most of the machines are actually becoming unprofitable. So if you look at the S17 machine, at 7 cents per kilowatt hour operating cost, we're at the borderline of actually not generating any profits here. Same thing with the S19 and S19J Pro. If you look at this curve, right around 300 exahash, this is where the industry will encounter some problems with the break-even point. However, if you look at the S19 XP and S19 XP Hydro, this type of machines could withstand a much higher network hash rate, close to 500 exahash, which is really important as we think about going into the 2024 halving and keeping the sustainable mining operations. Additional data points on the break-even costs. So if you look at the S19 XP Hydro, 7 cents per kilowatt hour operating cost and current network hash rate, we're looking at the break-even point about $10,000 per Bitcoin, which still provides quite a bit of margin, even in the current market softness. If you increase the hash rate to 450 exahash, as on this chart here, the S19 XP Hydro is still going to be feasible, with the cost to make one BTC of around $18,000. Another interesting insight about hydro technology is that you can actually pack a lot more hash rate and have much higher density of the data center as compared to the air-cooled solutions. There's not a lot of heat output from this data center. It's being captured by water, by liquid, which was then cooled down by the cooling towers. So you can pack a lot more hash rate in the same footprint of the data center. So we believe that we can actually pack about 4 times more hash rate into the same square footage of the data center, which also reduces the operating costs and the development costs for the data center. So key takeaways for hydro. Uptime is really solid. Better heat management versus air-cooled machines. It's a plug-and-play solution. You do require some additional engineering capabilities when launching hydro versus the air-cooled data centers. But if you do it right, you'll have some phenomenal results. But you really have to respect the deployment and have proper resources to run this type of data center. And we also like the fact that BITMAIN developed this as a plug-and-play solution. So it comes in 2 forms. One is a data center end space, which is very similar to a conventional end box data center, and it comes supplied with a cooling tower, which is attached 1-to-1 for each end space container. We're also spending quite a bit of time on kind of coming up with some research on hydro, and our analysts in-house are publishing a lot of research in terms of the latest developments in the hydro technology. So I encourage everyone to follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn. This is where we post a lot of research, and hopefully it's helpful for the industry participants. All right, this is it. Thank you so much, and I'm around in case of any questions. Thank you.
Up next, we have JSBIT's own regional sales manager, Mr. Alan Martinez. He's joining us from Los Angeles, their North America headquarters. Why? Let's find out.
Hello everybody, welcome to WDMS in Cancun. My name is Alan, and I'm the Regional Sales Manager for JSBit. I want to welcome all of you to my home country of Mexico, where the weather is hot, the water is blue, and the food is delicious. I do want to say thank you to BITMAIN for hosting this event. We were actually at the Miami event a few months ago, and it went off without a hitch. So I'm sure you guys are all having fun. And I do want to mention that we are here in Zoom. I wish I could be there with you guys, but we've provided something called a JSBit USA station and booth C1. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Without further ado, let's begin.
So today we'll be talking about the bear market opportunities. But first, I want to take us back to 2021. What an incredible year that was for crypto, and specifically Bitcoin. We got to witness it going all the way to 65,000 plus. The adoption was worldwide. You saw NFTs becoming a thing. Even those you didn't think would talk about it were talking about crypto. But I have to talk about the elephant in the room. Or in this case, well, a bear. Because 2022 has been a more difficult year for many and for varying reasons. And we're all juggling so much to adapt to times like these so that we can come out on top. But that's exactly why we're here. See, we're looking to collaborate, connect with those who are in the industry and who are interested in the potential that crypto can bring to those who take advantage of times like these. But it goes without saying that it's pretty tough to avoid the fear that we see in a lot of us, especially because a lot of that is brought to you by the news cycles that just spread that fear. And that brings a lot of uncertainty, even to those who have been in it for a long time and who've believed in it through the tough times. And that also brings doubt. Doubt in yourself, doubt in what you have believed in for a long time. And as you all know, I'm talking about FUD. So far we've learned where we've been and how we feel. But let's shift our focus to the data. And more specifically, the ANTMINER S19 Pro's data, 110 terahash. See, a year ago, on May 10th, 2021, this 110 terahash unit was going for $136 per terahash. Now, today, November 2022, we're seeing it down to $21 per terahash. Many see disappointment, but we see opportunity. And this brings me to the Bitcoin average mining cost graph. Simply put, the blue lets you know what the cost of Bitcoin mining cost is versus the Bitcoin price. And you come to find out that when times are tough, it becomes tough to mine, but very cheap to buy. Whereas when times are good, it becomes very profitable to mine and a little bit more expensive to purchase the units as well. So it's very key to take advantage of times like these, and we'll continue to show those patterns as we talk. But the question is the current crypto miner price really on a dip? And the answer could vary depending on when you got in, when you started, or what your plan ultimately is. We're going to focus on a gentleman by the name of Plan B. He's on Twitter, also known as 100 Trillion USD. We're not affiliated with him, we just like the content he makes and recommend you guys check him out. He always focuses on something known as the 200-week moving average. Basically, this is that graph. What it follows is the past bear markets plus its potential for the future. We're going to focus mainly on the blue parts, the blue dots. What are they? They are the past bear markets, and some last longer than others. But what we really want to notice is what happens after. And funny enough, you notice that after every bear market, you see even higher highs. So let's keep that in mind as we look at Bitcoin's history. And to those that have been in it since 2012, 2013, or 2014, I commend you because you've experienced quite a bit in such a short time. We're going to start in 2014 and 2015, one of the first real dips. Bitcoin was seen at $900 and fell all the way to $200. Many thought it was over, and it was a fun run, but it is what it is. And many moved on and didn't think it could be anything. But crazy enough, a few years later, in 2018 and 2019, we witnessed it go to $18,000. But then again, it crashed a few months later down to about $3,500. $100. Actually, this is when I got into Bitcoin. And I can remember clearly, I was in class and my professor said, who knows what this graph is? And only one person knew what it was. And he said, that's Bitcoin, that's the future. And like many, I didn't think much of it up until a few years later. But that's how early we all are, that even at 2018, a lot of us didn't know what it was. Which brings me to 2020. 2020 was interesting because we have yet to see another high. But we saw Bitcoin stable at around 8,000, but then it collapsed again, making people think that yes, it in fact is over. But then it brings us to today, witnessing Bitcoin go as high as 65,000 and seeing this graph, it's starting at 45, but dipping to 20,000, which funny enough reminds me, when I was at this event in Texas called Miner Summit, they had a gentleman by the name of Chad Harris. He's a member of Riot Blockchain, and he told everybody, I love me a $20,000 Bitcoin, and everybody cheered, and it wasn't until I realized that he understood the patterns, and that's why he's taking advantage and enjoys the price point today. And another graph to look at is called the spent price ratio. We're not going to talk too much about that exact graph, but there is one key indicator here that I want you all to focus on, and that's the length of time of these bear markets and how long they last. See, the 2014 one lasted about 308 days, the 2018 about 174 days, and currently today in 2022, it's a little bit outdated here. We've experienced a couple hundred days, about 150 days so far of the bear market. But what I want you all to realize that these are just temporary, and if you can make it through, take advantage, you can really take advantage of those benefits later. But I'm here to make a prediction that we at JSBit believe to be true, and that's if the data continues to be right and it follows the same pattern, we could see Bitcoin reaching $200,000 in the next few years. Pretty bullish, but that's how much we believe in it here. But that's where I wanted to lead us. Why not take advantage of these bear markets and start or expand your current mining farm? Because we're all in Bitcoin for different reasons, whether it's financial or for the technology. And ultimately, we are all still so early. As we look back at the history, it's only been about 10 to 13 years since it really started taking shape. Which leads me to ask, and we asked many people, what are some issues that you found when buying or looking for services for your mining hardware needs? And boy, did we get quite a bit of answers. One of the big ones was that they hated the scams and the bad actors that you see out there. I can remember clearly when I was younger, about 4 years ago, I wanted to purchase a miner, and I found someone online and they told me, you know what, we got you. I sent them the money, a few weeks passed, a few months passed, and realized, well, I got screwed. And that's one of the biggest issues. Another big issue was it's hard to find a place to find repaired miners, and of course, the ability to resell your used miners. Another one was the logistics issue. Some people waiting months to receive their miners just because of the logistics problems. But do not worry, because JSBit is here. But why JSBit? Well, we have a trusted US support team ready to assist with any needs and help with any questions that you have with no pressure on your end. We are a supplier of brand new miners with warranty on our miners, and more importantly, with a good connection with the manufacturers that make them. We have a reliable and professional global logistics team that can help you get your miner wherever it needs to be. We have a global sales service ready to assist you anywhere in the world, no matter where you may be. We also have a reliable repair and test center in the US. When we sell our used miners, you can know that they went to a rigorous testing process with our professional technicians on site before you receive it, and you'll receive a test video as well. But what should we do during this crypto winter? Well, I'm going to take a page from Rob Howarth. He said, keep in mind that we're likely to experience market ups and downs. Regardless, and over time, markets have shown an ability to recover. What this means is some of us have been in it for a few months, some of us for a few years, and even those have been in it for a few weeks. It can feel like it's been a long time, but that's why we're here. We're here for the interesting opportunity, an opportunity that only comes to us only so many times in a lifetime. So why not use that time to innovate and adapt? Grow the farm, purchase new miners, and prepare yourself for that bull market. And that's ultimately why we want to connect with each and every one of you. That's why we want to push through yet another bear market. And my final question to you is, how can JSBit help you push through and make it to the next bull market?
So I know that was a lot. If you do have any further questions, you can come to booth C1 and talk to our representatives. We'll also be having for the first time something called JSBit USA Live. We'll actually be coming from the LA warehouse answering any of your questions in English or in Spanish. With that being said, come try out our prize wheel as well, where you can win some great gifts and take them home with you. We also have some QR codes right above me. You can follow them and actually purchase miners straight to there. But I highly recommend you come talk to us here at the booths and make a connection so we can help you find the right miner at the right price. Have an incredible WDMS 2022 in Cancun, and thank you.
Okay, now here comes our lucky draw moment. It's our first round of lucky draw for the third places. We have 3 winners. We'll have the names rolling on the screen, and when the presenter says stop, the name that shows on the screen wins. We'd like to invite a winner on the stage and do a brief introduction and take a cheerful photo with us. Well, let's welcome the presenter, Xmei Lin, Head of Sales at BITMAIN, on the stage to present the third prize winners.
Hi guys, I'm Xmei Lin, the Head of Marketing at BITMAIN. Now it's time for lucky draw. Yeah.
Okay, we can have the names rolling now. Oh.
Stop. Wow.
Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the name, but are you here?
I'm here.
We'll wait for 3 seconds and then we'll move on.
Yeah. Only 3 seconds.
Only 3 seconds, no more. 3, 2, 1.
ANTMINER.
Okay, let's go move on to the next one. Can we roll again?
Stop. Kevin Dean?
Kevin Dean.
Who is Kevin?
If you're Kevin, just stand up.
You lost your ANTMINER, Kevin.
Okay, let's do it again. Let's roll again.
Stop.
Nicholas, where are you? Nicholas Leg. Not here. Next.
Stop.
Sarah Cameron. Oh, Igor.
Okay.
Is Sarah here? Sarah! S19 XP Hydro and Beep Fufu will provide a 3-month free cloud mining of 1 S19 Pro Plus.
Wow.
Do you want to do a brief introduction of yourself?
I am Igor Gordeev. I am Chief Executive Officer of Crypto One.
Anything else?
Hard to say, you know, what should I say? This is a good forum, all right? We enjoyed it so much. Thanks to BITMAIN for inviting us. Cancun is great, you know. I'm very much surprised that I win something, because I never applied for it.
Let's just give it to you.
Okay.
Okay, if you can just stay on the stage, we'll have the second winner. And you wanna? Okay, you can roll the screen right now.
Stop.
Sam Ferros.
Oh.
Wow, lucky guy. Wow.
Hey.
Hi, I'm Sam Firdos, CEO of Moonwalk Systems, based in Dubai, UAE. Thank you very much for this award. It's no, it's fantastic being out here in Cancun. Thank you very much to BITMAIN for organizing this, and I'm very happy for this award. Thank you.
Don't be nervous. Okay, let's have the third winner.
Yeah. Stop.
Are you here?
I'm here.
Albi? Oshafi? If
Albi?
not, okay, let's do it again. We can roll the names.
Stop. Martha?
Martha, are you here? Okay, no. Let's roll it again.
Stop. No?
Yeah, no. But we can do it again. We
Yeah.
can do it again and again. Let's do it.
Stop. Alan? Oh, Alan.
Austin.
Alan.
Where's Ellen?
Where's Alan? We can call Alan. Alan is from Light Foundation.
I'll take it too. I mean,
Yeah, you need to tell Alan. Yeah. Where's
do
Alan?
you want to tell Alan or?
Yeah.
Okay, Alan. I'll do Alan's introduction. He is the managing director of Litecoin Foundation.
Yes.
He missed the prize. Oh, okay. Well, good. Can present the prize to.
Yeah.
That was intense, man. Okay, now let's welcome Professor Hyd Lu, Hong Kong Sustained Tech Foundation Professor in Accounting and Finance at the Hong Kong Polytech University, to share his insights on Bitcoin and carbon neutrality. Welcome, Professor Lu.
Okay, so thank you. Good afternoon. So it's nice to come to the beautiful Cancun, and thanks for inviting me. So my topic today is Bitcoin and carbon neutrality. Actually, it comes from an internal research project granted by my university, which on the same topic. So I'm also glad to share with you that my university, the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, was recently rated by CoinDesk as the best blockchain research universities. So let's hear what other people are saying about us.
We also saw that the Hong Kong Polytechnic University moved up in the rankings from the previous year. What accounted for that?
Yeah, that's a new one. They took NUS, National University of Singapore, out of the top spot, which is always very exciting. Just looking through the numbers, it looks like they went on, either intentionally or unintentionally, they had a pretty big research push. So the metric where they really dominated was what we call scholarly impact, where we look at how many research papers are getting put out by these teams, what is the impact that the papers are having in the world. We look at how many times the papers are cited and kind of integrated into other research. And we also look at whether or not the primary author on the paper was the one from the university that we're trying to.
Thank you. So today my presentation is divided into 4 parts. In the first part, I will try to explain what it takes to maintain the trust in a centralized world and how important is a proof of work to help solve the trust problem. The second part, I will break the prejudice by showing you the several ways to estimate the Bitcoin's carbon footprint. In the third part, I will try to explain Bitcoin and carbon neutrality, whether they are friends or foes. And finally, I will call for proposals on miners' social responsibility. To illustrate the importance of trust that underlies every transaction, I will try to show you a cartoon. So here, 2 persons, A and B, try to make a deal. Okay, and A said, so if I lease a machine from you, how can we be sure that you are staying in business to service it? Okay, and B says, how can we be sure that you will have enough money to pay the lease? Okay. And then A said, you can check our accounts. And then the B said, I'm sure that your accounts are as fraudulent as ours. And then the A said, maybe we can ask a third party, maybe an auditor, to vouch for us. But then the both parties try to realize the problem. Do you trust any third parties? And then the B said, okay, not since my financial advisor put my retirement savings into a Ponzi scheme and then had an affair with my wife. Okay? And then the result is that ends the capitalism. The A said, well, we tried. And B said, maybe I could grow food in my car. So that cartoon told us that without trust, we went back to the primitive society where people grow food in his own backyards. And then, having talked about the importance of trust, has anybody thought about how much does it cost and associated energy consumption to maintain a trust-based society in a centralized world? We know that in our society, actually enormous costs are being used for maintaining trust. That includes, so why do I trust you? One reason is because of laws and regulations that punishes deviance and deters opportunistic behaviors. And that involves legislation cost, regulatory cost, enforcement cost, lawyers, police, courts, etc. And the other important force that helps to maintain trust is market force. Because the market will reward honesty behavior, give you a premium in price, and then try to sanction the opportunistic behavior. So, but however, that is not free. That involves information cost, negotiation cost, policing or monitoring cost. And there are costs for establishing reputations. So the third force of counterparty trust is, why do I trust you? Because you come from certain culture, religions, or from a collective social capital societies where opportunistic behaviors will be sanctioned. So this is also very costly. So if I will ask you to estimate, okay, the proportion of energy consumptions for maintaining trust, then you may give me some certain number, like 5%, 10% on such costs. So here, I'm trying to show you how the blockchain technology that underlies Bitcoin solves the trust problem. So we know that the blockchain technology was created as a response to the trust crisis that swept the world in the wake of 2008 financial crisis. Because people lose trust in government, in the banks and the third parties. And then they rely on a combination of cryptographic rules plus mathematics and the game series to increase confidence in the operation of a computational system. And at the core of this confidence is the consensus system, which allows us to preserve a distributed and shared digital truth. And that secret is the proof of work. And the POW is a clever economic design that promotes honesty over cheating. And they provide a uniquely trustless mechanism for arriving at a decentralized consensus in an open, pseudonymous world. So in other words, we are not trusting any particular counterparty. We are trusting everyone in aggregate. So here, although we know that there are proof of work and proof of stake, but don't forget that we have this trilemma of scalability, decentralization, and the security. So in other words, there are trade-offs here. So it really depends on what you are looking for. So POW is the fundamental, original, and most secure consensus of blockchain. They represent humanity's ability to utilize energy to promote the well-being of the humankind. So the two consensus mechanisms, POS and POW, they are not directly comparable for the intended utility of the community, and its users are different. If you have the belief that the Bitcoin is like a store of value, it's a digital gold, it is a decentralization and security that survives the test of time, that is your intended utility. And if you believe that, okay, for the Ethereum, actually the proof of stake is for people to develop the applications on that system, that in that case, scalability is important. So it really depends on your objective functions. The two things are not directly comparable. So since Bitcoin was founded specifically to disempower the intermediaries, then it is imperative that it remains on the proof of work. So the second part is about estimating the Bitcoin's carbon footprint. So here, when we see this, we found that the Bitcoin's true carbon footprint so far can only be estimated, not directly measured. That is because their carbon footprints is dependent on several determinants. Each determinant is a function of many other factors. For example, the electricity consumption. It is a function of the Bitcoin price. Actually, the higher the price, the higher electricity, and more people are opening their machines and higher electricity consumptions. And then also it depends on the electricity price, okay, which Bitcoin price determines the profitability threshold. The electricity price determines if cheaper, then more electricity will be consumed. Okay? And also it depends on the technological efficiency of the mining equipment. Okay? The higher the Bitcoin price, the more lower efficiency machines will be opened. Okay? And then, more importantly, it depends on the sustainable electricity mix for miners. To what extent the miners are using sustainable electricity. So that is so far hotly known. So here, I referenced several sources. I found that the best guesses are based on the theoretical models that rely on specific assumptions. So here, the estimation from the Cambridge University, CBECI, basically they use different estimation assumptions to try to confine a range. So if you look at the right-hand side, we call it a higher bound. So they assume that all Bitcoin miners use the dirtiest energy source, that is coal, and use the least efficiency power plants to transform energy. So using that estimate, they said, so the total, the carbon dioxide is about the 111 million metric tons, which accounts for about 35 basis points of the world's total yearly emissions. That's the higher bound. So the lower bounds, they assume that the ore machines, they are using the hydropower only, and then using that assumption, actually, they estimate this is about 11 basis points. So a actuality is within this range. And also, the Bitcoin Mining Council has also conducted a survey, last year, Q1. So according to their survey of miners, which represents a bottom-up analysis of around 50% of the current hash rates, so the miners surveyed, they say they use about 64.6% sustainable energy, defined as wind, solar, hydro, or nuclear. And then, of course, they are not a representative sample, but they try to expand this analysis to globally using conservative assumption. And they say that Bitcoin mining has the aggregately employs an estimate of about 58.4% of sustainable energy. So this sustainable energy mix is higher than most of the developed economies. Of course, this survey is subject to third-party audit. Here, the crucial factor towards carbon neutrality is to increase Bitcoin's sustainable electricity mix. So if you look at the left-hand side table, so basically they estimate, for example, like 77% of the hash power is in the Asia Pacific. However, the Asia Pacific, on average, their share of renewables is only 26%. So when they multiply, so 20% of the hash power are using renewables. And then the North America has a substantially higher share of renewables, but they currently account for like 8% of the hash power. So altogether, globally, the share of renewables is still not high, like 29%. So this is a very rough estimation. Okay, and then according to another survey, they basically ask, okay, what energy source are you using? Okay, so the surveyees, respondents can report more than one. So it appears that the North America hashers to have a wider range of energy sources. So then that comes the question, Bitcoin and carbon neutrality, are they friends or foes? So my opinion is that Bitcoin can and will go green. So the economic reason is simple. Miners are seeking the cheapest energy cost, and renewable power is increasingly become cost competitive. So if we look at the evidence from the International Renewable Energy Agency, the report shows that almost 2/3 of the newly installed renewable power in the last year had lower costs than the world's cheapest coal-fired options in the G20 countries. So that's from the economic incentive. And the second reason is technological advancement leads to higher hash rate with lower power demand. So if you look at the technological advancement compared with 2013 level with 2009 level, that is an 800 times increase. And then if you compare the 2016 with 13, that's another 13 times increase. And if you compare the last year with 2016, that's another 5 times increase. And then the Bitcoin Mining Council, how about for the next 8 years? So the BMC is estimating for the next 4 years, there will be another 3 times increase in efficiency, and the next 4 years, another 2 times increase. So that's 6 times. Plus, so the Satoshi's protocol reduces energy consumption by 2 times, so every 4 years. So that's another 4 times. So their conclusion is, so the Bitcoin mining is guaranteed to be dramatically more energy efficient in the next 8 years. Of course, there are other reasons to believe Bitcoin can and will go green. Number one is, we often hear this, that there's a non-rival approach. Basically, the Bitcoin miners can absorb the surplus energy that otherwise has been lost or wasted. Example including the hydropowers during the wet season and flaring gas, those energy sources. And the second point is, so the Bitcoin mining feels a market failure to build clean energy infrastructure. So I myself used to be an independent director of a mining company. So before the China crackdown, actually that was in Sichuan, and then during using the hydropower. So before that, in that remote area, there's no private investment to fill the gap. And then after that, they build the infrastructure, hire the local workers, pay taxes. The taxes can be used for other productive purposes. And the third, don't underestimate the power of the investors. There's a growing institutional investors' demand on the ESG, which prompts especially the publicly traded mining companies to disclose more, incorporate more sustainability goals into their business model, because otherwise they might be put onto a negative list. So in order to win the investors' trust, they will go green. So in the last part, I will call for several things for what I call the miner social responsibility. So of course, before come to this point, I should emphasize that if we are pursuing a non-rival approach, so that means we should give electricity, as miners, we should give electricity in priority for those in need, actually, especially at today's world where the energy price is high. There are many people in need. Secondly, I think one social responsibility is to maximize the energy efficiency. So basically, using mining facilities to employ the most efficient equipment available, trying to achieve the maximum outcome for the electricity consumed. Secondly, of course, try to improve the sustainable energy mix. So I would suggest to forego signing any new contract with gas or coal-fired generating facilities. I would also call on for this morning, I heard that the BITMAIN is building some partnership with the miners. So if the miners are using mostly renewable energy, I think more financial incentives will be given to those miners. And thirdly, again, manufacturers could offer incentives for miners to go green. Such incentives could include the financing incentives and trading programs where the low efficiency machines can be trading back for higher efficiency machines. And also, there are the mining Bitcoins with carbon capture technology for carbon neutrality. There are certain technologies available, but so far their cost is still high. And of course, you can buy renewable energy certificate to offset your carbon footprints. So basically at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, we are also on another project where we are building a registry where those there's generating renewable energy generating plants can register on the book, and then other enterprises can purchase those REC to offset their carbon footprints, following an international standards. So finally, I will use this opportunity to welcome you to Hong Kong for your business. As we know that Hong Kong recently has very positive policy change, and then Hong Kong vows to become an international center for virtual asset. as you can see, just October 35th, the government issued a policy statement on the development and regulation of digital assets, which provides more certainty. So this includes, for example, a comprehensive regulatory framework, and then the invitations for the virtual asset exchange to set foot in Hong Kong, a new licensing regime for the virtual asset service providers, and then public consultations from the SFC for retail investors to be given a degree to access virtual assets. In the past, it's only available for institutional investors. And also, there are consultation by the Hong Kong's central bank, the monetary authority, on the regulatory regime for stable coins, and also open to the possibility of having exchange-related funds, traded funds on virtual assets. And also, there are the pilot projects on the green bond tokenization and e-Hong Kong dollars. So if you have more questions, so you are welcome to contact me. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Liu. You really reminded me of my college life when it reminded me of my professors. I just cannot help taking notes because I was scared that you would just turn around and ask me a question anytime. Okay, so coming up is Leon Liu, CEO of ANTMINER, to talk about global mining service for worldwide miners. Welcome, Leon.
Hola! I'm Leon, the CEO of ANTMINER. ANTMINER is the mining pool of the world, committed to serving and securing the entire network. Today, I'd like to talk about global mining service for worldwide miners. As a leading cryptocurrency mining pool, ANTMINER has been committed to providing users with high-quality multi-currency mining services. Since its establishment in 2014, currently we can support more than 10 digital currencies and allow users to easily earn profits every day on our platform. To support clients who are mining at ANTMINER, we provide multi-payment methods, worldwide sustainable network, real-time data report and analysis for a higher yield of profits. To create a better use experiences, we also innovate some creative services, such as code block, where the clients can leave a message for their beloved or friends on the blockchain. And another service called hash rate transfer allows users to transfer hash rate from one account to another in very precise value to optimize their benefits. When I talk about a mining pool of the world, I'm saying it's a global mining pool, engaged in a quest to provide the blockchain network institutional service by saving miners of the world. We connect around 22 countries across 5 continents. We provide creative solutions, safe products, and premier service with an open attitude. We are actively looking for collaboration and discussion within the blockchain community. Mining at ANTMINER equals mining of efficiency and convenience. ANTMINER provides vicious functions to satisfy different demands, and the comprehensive data coverage that allows users to view the latest hash rates anytime and anywhere. Mining at Emperor equals mining with security guaranteed. Emperor alarm system alters any abnormality in time to protect miners from losses. Users can enable the app push notification or email notification of Emperor so that the extensive alarm functions will alter when the number of active miners changes. When miners go offline or when real-time hash rate falls below the alarm threshold, a notification will trigger within 60 seconds. Mining at Emperor equals mining with flexibility and more business opportunities. Users are engaged to transfer their hash rates among their sub-accounts in either specific amount or percentage. It provides the function for institutional users who are interested in building up their own cloud mining platform. Especially, Emperor offers users the exclusive cloud servers to help build their own secure and sustainable mining pool rapidly with a professional engineering team. It's free for construction, which means you will save the cost of cloud servers, of developing the protocols, and that of maintaining the program system, and also costs related to developing a cloud mining platform from scratch. Besides, we provide customized touch to build your own brand worldwide mined servers nodes, 24/7 professional technical support. Most importantly, Emperor will bear the risks of the lucky fluctuation and volatility. And once again, all digital currencies can be available on your cloud mining platform. Mining at Emperor equals enjoying customers' service at your will. For example, we provide a simple and efficient automatic operation management platform for mining farmers that includes bench monitoring miners, operation of accounts, and batch upgrading of firmware. Another simple and efficient automatic operation management platform for mining farms is called ANTMINER. In addition to our basic product related to mining pools, we are also committed to creating a new POW ecosystem. We view that POW connects the physical world and the virtual world, and improves the technology and the level of human energy utilization, and that it promotes the progress and development of human civilization. We have set aside funds to invest and incubate high-quality POW projects, as we hope to attract more talents to build up the POW infrastructure. We support ETH and the POW-based chains to expand the decentralized application market and to promote research and develop green energy and renewable energy for sustainable mining industry. We also co-develop some POW projects to expand the ecosystem and to host more applications. We do all of this only because we want to make POW great again. Last but not least, I'm excited to announce that we have launched a VIP program. We can provide VIP server nodes, multiple mining tools, and the companies selected to join this program will directly enjoy zero mining fee until the end of this year. If you are interested in any form to collaboration or have any questions, please feel free to contact us through our website, email, or Twitter. Or contact our colleagues, Lilian or Lily, directly. Okay, like shares. Queen down in Cancun. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. That Ola really woke me up. That was a very aggressive Ola here. Okay, next we have Max Liao, CEO of ANTAlpha, to share with us digital mining fund solutions. Let's welcome Max on the stage.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and buenos dias. My name is Max Liao, and I'm the Managing Director of Business Development at ANTAlpha. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here today. Now, I've had the experience of being at many conferences this year, but I would have to say that Cancun so far has been my favorite because the beach is right outside, so I hope that everyone here has a chance to enjoy the trip beyond just the conference itself. And of course, the main reason why we're here isn't just for the beach or the beautiful view or the margaritas, although I'm sure that some of us are going to need a drink after what's been going on for the last couple of days. And it's undoubtedly been a year of challenge for many, and headwinds may yet lie before us. But as the sailors of antiquity used to say, if the wind will not serve, let us take to the oars. For in the horizon lies our destination, the inevitable bull run ahead. And we all know that what we do in the bull market makes us rich. But the bear market is the time when the path to true wealth is paved. And it's paved by us through our actions in the right place at the right time and with the right people. So ladies and gentlemen, opportunity stands before us. The right time is now. The right place is where we are. And the right people are in this very room and the network that spans and radiates from us. Like nodes in a blockchain, we're all in this together, interconnected. And in that spirit, our purpose at ANTAlpha is to help miners navigate through the current bear market so that when the next bull run comes, and it will, we're all here to reap the rewards. For those of you who joined us at WDMS Miami, this message should be familiar, and hopefully not just because I'm using the same slide, because this message is one that we continue to uphold and convey. Now, in July, the primary solution that we identified for miners is how to increase liquidity and preserve Bitcoin on hand. Whereas for lenders, it was about capital utilization and risk management. To that end, we introduced and enhanced various methods of collateralization, the most successful and popular of which has been hash rate collateralization for hosting fee and electricity financing. I will touch upon this a little bit later. While it is helpful, it's not my primary goal today. Today, my goal is that I want to share ANTAlpha's solution to enhance and increase miners' fundraising capabilities, especially through alternative channels beyond the usual methods of issuing debt or raising equity. Thus, we're excited to announce our newest initiative, the establishment of what we call a mining fund incubator, so that each of our partner miners can have the opportunity to be involved in their own mining fund, if they so choose. Now, to facilitate the formation of mining funds for our partners, ANTAlpha can assist by taking on the role of investor, advisor, or even a co-manager of the fund. So, we've established the who. It's those of us in the mining ecosystem. And we know the why, raising capital. And the how is also clear, through mining funds. But for every good story, we also have to talk about the when, and why right now is the right time. So before we get into the mining fund incubator, let's talk cycles. As we all know, Bitcoin mining and Bitcoin itself has a cycle. Let's start with what gets everybody excited, the rising bull market, in which the price of Bitcoin increases faster than the hash rate grows. And after the rising bull comes our favorite part, the gold rush, in which hash rate growth increases while Bitcoin price either stays elevated or continues to rise. Once the gold rush has peaked and the euphoria begins to fade, we then see inventory flush, in which the price of Bitcoin drops while hash rate continues to grow from the increased activity triggered during gold rush. At the same time, we may also see increased availability of mining rigs on the secondary market from operators who are looking to divest their equipment. And finally comes the shakeout, in which both the hash rate and Bitcoin price falls as operational efficiency becomes the limiting factor. So then that begs the question, where are we now? Join me as we go down a journey through memory lane to the faraway year, it seems far away, of 2017. The rising bull market and gold rush that many of us here experienced, that ecstatic run to $20,000, followed by inventory flush and shakeout. Next, 2019 to 2020, where we saw the same. Rising bull, gold rush, inventory flush, and shakeout. And that brings us to our current cycle. The incredible rising bull and gold rush last year to near 70,000. Oh, there we go. Sorry, animation's a little bit bugging. So, near 70,000, followed by an inventory flush, which is where we find ourselves today at its tail end. Now, during an inventory flush, mining is generally less profitable, and in the following shakeout, hash rate tends to drop as unprofitable miners turn off their machines. During this time, only the most efficient and effective operators can survive the tight margin environments, and we all hunker down and we wait for the moment that the price of Bitcoin will again start to rise in excess of hash rate, the signal of the next rising bull. Thus, investment success is heavily dependent on when. And historically, deploying capital in shakeout and exiting in a gold rush phase is the most profitable. And that's why right now is not only the right time to invest, but the best time to invest. But for those of us, or those of you who want to be pedantic about it, actually, yes, the best time to invest would have been 5 years ago, but we can't turn back time. So that would still make right now the second best time to invest. And this is why we're helping miners to attract new investment. Because today, right here, right now, is a key opportunity for new investors to get into the market. And not only are the new investors ready, ANTAlpha is ready too. In addition to facilitating the setup and operations of these mining funds, we can also be an investor for the funds that we help set up through this incubator initiative. So how does a mining fund incubator help miners? Let's start by going how a mining fund would work. So setting up and running a mining fund is a straightforward process, but needs the right team. There are 3 primary management roles that we can delineate. Firstly, there's the hash rate management. That means electricity and hosting. Secondly, fund management. Formation and structuring of the fund, collaboration with service providers, investor onboarding, net asset value reporting, and all the other fun operational tasks. Finally, capital management, fundraising, roadshows, investor outreach, and relationship management. Now, there are two roles here that AntAlpha can contribute great value to: arranging for or even directly assisting with the fund management and capital raise. But there's one key part we cannot perform, and this is where the miner excels. The hash rate management, site build-outs, electricity arrangements, facilities management. This is what miners are best at, and this is where their resources and time should be spent. And for our partner miners, the contribution is capacity, and the responsibility is hosting. And again, as for the fund structuring and formation, the capital raise, we can help with that. Our motive is not just being a service provider, but collaborating to create an integrated solution of which we can all be a part. So to go further into this example, miners take on the first role, in which we are the co-GP or technical advisor to the fund, taking care of hash rate management. AntAlpha acts as the second co-GP, either in full capacity as an investment manager or as an investment advisor, should we be partnering with someone else. And we facilitate the tasks of fund management, investor outreach, and fundraising. And of course, as I mentioned, in addition, we will also play the part of investor, providing at minimum 10% of the total capital raised. And of course, there is a very important fourth role, which is the external investors, for which we would help engage. So by using this arrangement, the value to miners in having their own mining fund is twofold. First, stable cash flow is created. The capital that is raised will be used to acquire and deploy rigs to mining facilities, which means hosting fees are generated. Secondly, because of how the fund is structured, the miner as a co-GP or technical advisor to the fund will also be able to share in the profits from Bitcoin mining output. So, by using the fund as an investment vehicle for cryptocurrency mining, we help to address the concerns of investors by streamlining the investment process. A fund is an internationally recognized and accepted way for investors to participate in opportunities. To repeat, AntAlpha can go as far as becoming the GP or investment manager if necessary, or merely taking on the role of advisor and investor. And even without our active involvement as an investment manager, having us as an investor or LP is a strong indicator of our support to any other prospective investors and an indicator of support from the BITMAIN ecosystem. With our capital contribution, they know we have skin in the game. Our interests are aligned. If we lose together. And if we win together. So let's go over in depth what AntAlpha can do, or what I call 5 services to increase miners' fundraising capabilities. First is fund structuring assistance. So in order to present the most trustworthy and credible product for investors, we can help arrange for fund administrators, custodians, auditors, and lawyers, service providers that are not only capable, but well-reputed. Second, fund distribution. Once the fund's set up, we need investors. Our network can bring together distribution platforms and channels like external asset managers, family offices, and high net worth individuals from around the world. Thirdly, fundraising assistance. Should help be needed when it comes to investor outreach or even conducting roadshows, this is something we can bring to the table as well. Activities such as these need to have a balance of professionalism, content, and especially when it comes to funds, regulatory compliance. And this is something that we also have extensive experience with. Fourth, investor relations management. So regular reporting, updates to investors, and relationship management is an art in itself. And this is something that we'd be happy to provide support on as well. And finally, liquidity via financing. So we can provide financing for electricity and hosting fees. And we mentioned how important it is, especially at this point, to run an efficient operation. And right now, the biggest operational expense that miners have is electricity or hosting. And it really makes no sense to mine all that Bitcoin just to have to sell most of it to pay for these fees. So we can collateralize the hash rate production of the rigs of the fund to increase effectiveness. And this is what it would look like. Let's say we're running a mining operation for 4 years. If the actual cost of electricity or hosting during those 4 years is $10 million, then making use of this financing to pay for that $10 million would instead lower cash outlay during those 4 years to $1.4 million. Interest rate is 6.6%, fixed for those 4 years. We can do that. And the loan principal only has to be repaid when the loan expires. This means we don't have to prepare cash to pay, extra cash to pay for electricity or hosting. And we don't have to sell off our hard-earned Bitcoin. So instead of paying out of pocket for electricity $10 million, we instead pay interest, $1.4 million, over 4 years. This is an incredibly powerful financing solution and one that will be instrumental for successful operation, and something we offer to all miners, not just for the fund. So let's walk through now a sample of what a mining fund can look like. Keep in mind, this is only a sample, and the terms can be modified as needed. And I also want to take this moment to reiterate that AntAlpha is not here to create one massive monolithic mining fund, but to help our partner miners each have the opportunity to create a fund of their own. And we believe that this is the best way to create a stable and strong ecosystem that will be capable of surviving systemic shocks and avoiding contagion. So in this case, what we are doing is forming a closed-end digital asset mining fund. We determined the target fundraise to be $20 million and the fund lifespan as 3 + 1 + 1 years. That means we have 3 years for investable period, along with the option to extend the operations for another year if needed, and then 1 final year to wind down and close out the fund. The investment manager or first co-GP can be designated as AntAlpha independently, another asset manager, or another asset manager with AntAlpha as advisor. The second co-GP, in the capacity of technical advisor, would be the miner or mining farm operator. And, as previously mentioned, regardless of AntAlpha's involvement in management of the fund, we would be more than happy to assist by being an investor, contributing up to 10% of the total capital raise. Now, in terms of fees, the miner as a co-GP will be entitled to share in the management fee, in this case 2%, and the performance fee, profit sharing, which is set at 20%. Keep in mind that these are just boilerplate terms for reference only, industry standard, and can be modified as needed. Finally, we can also determine dividend payouts. In this case, we've opted not to pay out any dividends over the life of the fund, but we do retain the right to close out the fund should net asset value exceed 200% of initial capital contribution. Simply put, that means we invest $20 million, and the moment the fund is worth $40 million, we have the option to close out, take our profits, return the capital, and call it a win. So this is just a sample of what can be done. All the terms here are for consideration and meant to get the conversation going. If you're a miner or mining farm with suitable facilities and capacity available, please come talk to us and we can discuss further on what would be the best arrangement for you. Now, just a quick note on the process and timeline before we wrap up. Step 1, fund structuring and capital raise, anywhere from 1 to 3 months. Step 2, deployment of capital for purchase of rigs, placement of those rigs in designated hosting facilities, and then mining, which is targeted for 3 years investment operation. Finally, step 3. Once the investment period is over, we have 1 year of time for the asset disbursement and winding down, where we sell off our mined Bitcoin, disperse of the associated mining rigs, return the capital, and distribute profits. Pretty straightforward, right? Good. And finally, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to take a moment to introduce AntAlpha to those of you who may not know us yet. AntAlpha is the designated financial services affiliate for BITMAIN and a strategic partner of AntPool and BitFuFu. And we're proud of this relationship. Oh, thank you for taking a picture, sir. We offer an international full-service integrated platform. So in addition to financing and asset management, we also have prime brokerage, trading, and hedging services. We've got a professional network that spans the ecosystem, from digital assets and to traditional finance, from manufacturers to miners, from lenders to investors. And finally, we manage risk effectively. And for us, it has always been about risk-adjusted returns and proper risk management, executed with agility, flexibility, and most importantly, prudence and care. And it is this last point that is the main reason we've been able to successfully weather the events of the last year, and we have gained the trust of our partners. Because the core value and most significant proposition of AntAlpha is risk management first. Finally, one last thing I want to share that we're very proud of, a testament to our platform. We have recently become an exclusive licensee of a newly created S&P Cryptocurrency Top 10 Index, which is the basis for our upcoming AntAlpha Index Fund. So credibility and trust has become the most important consideration when it comes to investing in digital assets, especially for traditional investors. So through partnerships with institutions like BITMAIN and S&P, we seek to create further synergy for the advancement of blockchain and digital asset adoption, not only for ourselves, but for the industry as a whole. And as we build out the ecosystem for cryptocurrency mining, it's also very exciting for us to have this index fund available for professional investors. And it is an institutional grade product that allows for diversified and passive exposure to the ever-growing world of digital assets. We will have an upcoming speaker, Sharon Leibowitz, from the S&P Dow Jones Indices, and she'll be sharing a bit more about this. I hope you're excited about it, as I am. So let's close out. For the miners in the audience, please feel free to reach out to myself or my colleague Ning if you're interested in knowing how we may help you set up your own mining fund. Come visit us at our booth. Should you be an investor or asset manager, we'd also welcome your inquiries. For anybody listening in from afar or watching, I guess, the recording, please feel free to reach out via Telegram or email. And as my namesake, Max Hua from BITMAIN shared this morning, it's a time of challenge, but it's also a time of opportunity. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us be strong, let us be committed, and let us all work together to seize the opportunity, for vast fortunes lie ahead. Thank you, everybody, for joining in this session. Wish you all a pleasant and fruitful week ahead in Cancun, and hope to share a margarita with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Next, we have Usman Tariq, Marketing Director of Crypto One, to share with us features related to operating in a low-end market and how investors can benefit from crypto mining startups. Welcome, Mr. Tariq.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here with such a great audience. I'm representing Crypto One as a marketing director, and it's a pleasure to sponsor BITMAIN for this event. I hope over the last 2 days, you have been able to gain some insights, great insights from these presentations. So I'm here to talk broadly on how to operate in a low-end market and how investors can benefit from crypto mining startups. So cryptocurrency market is a different market, and it admires bold and visionary players, which is why it makes sense to enter into a low market. Crypto market has been stuck in a bearish cycle for the last several months, and the industry is going through the hard times. That said, the cryptocurrency market develops a cyclic basis, so the crypto winter will come to an end sooner or later. The year 2022 is the fifth in a row when the Bitcoin chart flagged a decline below the 2 years moving average. The recession is likely to spill over into Q4 2022 or Q1 2023. Those would believe that the Bitcoin is poised for exponential growth are advised to buy Bitcoin and hold. But conversely, players who see a little or no upside to Bitcoin over the coming months are advised to get involved in the mining rather than face regular drawdowns of their invested capital. So let's take a look at some statistics on the Bitcoin trends. So the 2015 crypto winter pushed BTC down from $1,148 to $196. That shows a decline of 82%. During 2018 crypto winter, market players saw price sink to $3,128 from the highs of approximately $20,000, making another 82% decline. As for 2022 crypto winter, a preliminary estimate of the pullback is 73%, which looks similar to the one seen after the onset of the coronavirus pandemic 2020. The last rally in the Bitcoin was not so powerful or long-lasting. The current 73% correction might be sufficient for a rebound. However, it is still too early to root out the deeper correction. Experts say that the strongest support for the Bitcoin lies in the range of somewhere around $9,000 to $13,000. So that means there is still time to thoroughly prepare for and to enter the crypto mining market. So why mining Bitcoin is more profitable than buying it for a long-term investment perspective? Many investors maintain that it is more profitable during a crypto winter to buy Bitcoin while prices are low and then wait for them to go up and sell it. However, these people do not consider that these are the one-off investments. Once having invested in the digital financial assets, it will require quite a long time, approximately like 3 to 4 years, to just sit and wait. While waiting for the prices to reach the upper level, holders of the cryptocurrency also cannot increase their pie size because the cryptocurrency can no longer be bought on the higher prices. In the case of the cryptocurrency mining, everything is much more interesting. Since this is a long-term investment that works both when prices go north or south, mining is capable, slowly but surely, of generating returns, provided that during this period, at least the cost of the electricity is paid. Profitability of the mining depends on 4 major conditions: electricity prices, preferably paid a year in advance, difficulties in mining, so you need to have the best equipment in place, Bitcoin exchange rates, so you cannot sell Bitcoin all the time to pay your bills and expenses, and maintenance and upgrades of the mining equipment means reinvestment. Needless to say, there are many issues that miners need to factor in. But one thing is clear, cryptocurrency mining is flexible and a versatile industry. And miners have shown that they are prepared to relocate to more profitable venues if their current locations are not ideal. So a couple of factors that contribute majorly in the profitability of mining. Number one, low cost of electricity. So the key factor impacting the payback period of the profitability of mining is the cost of electricity. The second, the supply of electricity must be stable in the right amount in order to meet the growing demand, when especially the cost-efficient equipment is purchased. The second important point is the cold climate. Cooling of equipment accounts for about 35% of the total cost, which is a significant cost. So moreover, the performance and service life of the equipment directly depends on the air temperature. Therefore, it makes sense to deploy the mining equipment where there are appropriate climate conditions, preferably all year long. So as the mining is totally dependent on energy, then how the energy crisis has impacted the crypto mining and its locations. So every crisis presents an opportunity. Thus, in the case of energy crisis, many countries have been given the chance to bite off their piece of pie called the cryptocurrency mining. A large number of European miners are seeking out heaven on other places or other continents. So countries like Latin America and Russia have large generating capacities of hydroelectric power plants, and accordingly, the low electricity cost, one of the major factors. So what is the state of the cryptocurrency market and outlook for the Bitcoin? So it's needless to say that the crypto mining will survive this crypto winter. But rather painstaking work in a selection, assembly, configuration, and further administration of the equipment, this does not work for many investors and the number of players. So the crypto winter urges them to switch over to some more conventional ways of generating profits. Then a new community comes on board during the next crypto summer. And those who abandoned mining in the crypto winter also flocks back to the industry in the next cycles. So in order to survive the crypto winter, players need to reduce their energy consumption, get rid of the most inefficient equipment, constantly monitor what is most profitable and try to buy it, and in no case withdraw crypto assets to pay electricity or living expenses. So cryptocurrency market environment and BTC forecast, how does it look like? So if we talk about the market capitalization, so currently it stands slightly above $1 trillion, which is down from $2.967 trillion as of October 11, 2021. Since mid-June this year, the price action has been in the range of $18,500 to $25,200. And if we talk about end of September, the upper limit of the range has shifted to $21,000. Rate hikes from central banks around the world have exerted pressure on all markets to rein red-hot inflation. Buyers have held the BTC prices above $18,500 for more than 4 months. Protecting this level is in the interest of the miners. But if the prices drop below $15,000, it will make the business unprofitable for many. The Federal Reserve rate hikes have taken a heavy toll on risk-sensitive assets. And says, in addition, because BTC and the crypto is part of the spot market now, and the futures and the option markets for Bitcoin, it has become part of the global financial system. So now it is affected by events to which it did not previously react. So mainly the macroeconomic data. The markets are in a frenzy as investors do not know whether the US will enter into a recession or not. Interest rates are a key factor for the cryptocurrency market. If by some miracle stock indices continue to rise, the dollar reverts to the correction, Bitcoin stands a chance to retracting first to $22,500 and then reach to $25,000. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, you are more than welcome to visit us on our booth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarek. Next, we have Sharon. Next, we have Sharon Leibowitz, Senior Director of Innovation and Strategy at S&P Dow Jones Indices. She will talk about financialization of digital assets through indexing. Unfortunately, she cannot be with us today, but we have her on Zoom.
Not yet.
Okay, take your time. Here we go.
Say hi.
We can see you now. Right. We can see your PPT as well. Sharon, can you hear me? I don't think she can hear me.
I can hear you now.
Oh, great. Yeah, we can see you now. If you can say hi to our audience.
Oh, are we beginning me?
Yes. Oh, you're on the screen now.
Okay. I was expecting we would be a little lower. So hello, everybody. I'm Sharon Leibowitz, the head of innovation and senior director at S&P Dow Jones Indices. Thrilled to be here with you this afternoon, and look forward to spending a few minutes with you to talk about the financialization of digital assets through indexing. So today we're really going to focus on a few things. That's going to be sort of as part of this topic, the growth and complexity of the digital asset ecosystem, some of the performance attributes and challenges of digital assets, institutional interest, some of the participation and inflows that we're seeing, and also the indices, how to measure and access the digital asset ecosystem. This includes the S&P Cryptocurrency Top 10 Index with the Singapore close, as well as the S&P Cryptocurrency Top 10 Dynamically Rebalancing Index. Next. So cryptocurrencies and the ecosystems around them really represent a general shift in how financial assets can be created and used. As an emerging asset class, it's helpful to discuss how digital assets have grown in prominence and how they differ from traditional asset classes. So from 2009, with the creation of Bitcoin, to currently here in 2022, there are now over 2,000 different cryptos that trade on hundreds of exchanges 24/7, along with futures, options, and other derivatives. Many countries do not recognize cryptocurrencies as legal tender, nor as financial instruments. And initially, this was in the domain of retail investors, but institutional interest in cryptocurrencies has grown exponentially over the past 3 years. And perhaps most importantly, cryptocurrencies may provide a new risk-based profile. So on the left of this chart, we're showing a comparison of assets from 2010 until today. We're using 2010 as the starting point because that was the first known Bitcoin transaction. I think they used to call it Pizzagate when some guy in Florida used Bitcoin to buy 2 large pizzas. But anyways, that's another story. As you can see, though, neither the S&P 500 nor gold have had growth like Bitcoin, which is 5 million X from 2010 to 2022. S&P 500 is 3.4X, gold is 1.2X. So really crazy amounts of growth. And so while there have been a few periods of crypto winters, like the one we're in now, and certainly with the news of the last couple of days with FTX and Binance, we can't ignore those. There's still a lot of work going on. The crypto markets are complex and evolving, and it's important to remember that that cryptos are high risk. I wouldn't even say that people consider cryptos to be high risk. There's a lot going on, right? They're very volatile and can be susceptible to hacks and under evolving regulations. Next. So I want to touch a bit on market structure because crypto is unique and different from traditional asset classes. The illustration on the left shows the traditional markets. The traditional markets have clear roles and responsibilities, and we see the role of the intermediaries, such as the exchanges or the broker-dealers or the market makers, playing a really central role. By contrast, the crypto ecosystem, as we mentioned earlier, has hundreds of exchanges as well as OTC desks, peer-to-peer exchanges between users, and on decentralized exchanges. In this case, the central intermediaries and conventional exchanges and broker-dealers do not play much of a role at all. They're not playing a critical role. So really, this decentralized market, because of the fact that there are so many exchanges and no standardization, makes transparent and consistent pricing very critical. In crypto markets, there's not the concept of a single price. There's not the concept of a market close. So having transparent pricing is super important. We use Luca as our cryptocurrency price provider because of their well-defined pricing methodology, their institutional grade technology, and the way they run their company. And they also use something called fair market value, and that's actual prices in the market. It's not a VWAP or a TWAP, some sort of average. It's an actual price that you can get when you trade in the market. And this transparent pricing really helps prevent a lot of manipulation, right? There's lots of details to Luca's pricing process, but as a high level, it has 3 main steps. The exchange screening, where Luca selects eligible exchanges based on technology and governance. know your customer, anti-money laundering, AML, following. It determines the price. They use an algorithm across exchanges per currency per minute to get the price with the most liquidity and the largest volume. And then they do some quality checks. So again, having this sort of really transparent pricing in a market where, there's no, even tickers, for instance, aren't set across exchanges. So that becomes a key theme here. Next. Regulations are also a huge topic within digital assets. And so as we look to how the crypto ecosystem will evolve and how much innovation might be allowed, right? Similar challenges, right? We're looking at a market that is global. So there is no current global regulatory body for digital assets like we might see, the BIS, the Bank for International Settlements, right? There's no consensus among regulators as to a framework for what that regulation may look like. And so while we're seeing some local and national laws and regulations tailored to cryptocurrencies, they're still evolving. And things do change quickly, right? Like in Hong Kong earlier this week announced some loosening up, listing of ETFs with digital assets using, futures as the underlying. Next. The other thing that's important to understand is really the transparency of the digital asset ecosystem. And it's a bit of a double-edged sword here, right? Because the technology supporting cryptos, right, blockchain and digital ledgers, creates transparencies, right? Blockchain technology allows for a verifiable permanent transaction, but a lot of the surrounding ecosystem is complex and somewhat opaque, right? As we talked about before, the pricing across different markets and exchanges could vary widely. So there's really a role within the ecosystem to have independent, reliable, user-friendly benchmarks, right? And that's what we're here trying to do at S&P Dow Jones Indices. Just like in traditional financial markets, these independent benchmarks can help bring transparency and accessibility to the market. So there's also really, when we go a little bit deeper into that, there's a strong use case for passive investing in crypto, right? A lot of what we talk about at Dow Jones Indices is passive investing versus active investing, right? And generally that dialogue is around who can beat the market. But I think for crypto, the use case is slightly different, right? Crypto is such a new area and an emerging area that once people look beyond Bitcoin and Ethereum, they don't really know where to sort of begin, right? It's not like equities, right? Where you have a very defined price methodology, right? You can't look at revenues or PE ratios, right? And there's so many coins and there's really no playbook for how to invest in it. Everybody has their own ideas. Everybody's doing their own thing. So in this case, we really believe that index providers are doing, some of the work for investors in terms of what the criteria can be, right? We're aware of the issues in the market and some of the red flags. So for instance, at S&P, we exclude coins that may be under investigation by regulatory bodies or coins without a white paper. We create a platform that allows investors to have access. So regardless of an investor's level of expertise, an indexed rules-based approach really helps differentiate between coins. And that helps us bring transparency to the market as much as we can. And that also creates a more efficient market. Next. So we just touched on this a bit before, right? Traditional asset classes have well-defined valuation processes, but that does not really exist for crypto. There's a lack of the valuation methodology. Some of the considerations that people look at when seeing whether a coin is worthwhile is there developer adoption of this? What is the net usage on the network? What about market adoption? Or how robust is its technology or infrastructure? What sort of regulatory framework are we looking at today? And also then, of course, coins have various use cases. Is it a store of value, a medium exchange? And while we can talk about the performance attribution for a particular coin or coins, we also have to acknowledge that there are broader challenges in the ecosystem overall, right? These include asset challenges. Does a coin, is it able to scale? Is it volatile? In general, right, there may be allegations of illicit activity around certain coins. And we have had some high profile activity, for instance, with Tornado Cash, right? There's also market risks, right? There's the unfamiliar risks like potential for hacks or lost keys. There's also potential for fraud and manipulation. Again, we're looking at an emerging technology and infrastructure. And then, overall, there's just the quality of exchanges, right? And of course, would be remiss not to bring up, FTX and its liquidity crunch, right? Can't ignore those things. And then overall, there is systemic risk, which is unknown and sizable. And certainly we saw that with the Terra Luna Celsius 3 Arrows Capital in the spring. Next. I do believe that it's important to highlight the role of institutions in this emerging asset class and the role that they now play. Bridgewater did a study earlier this year, and they talked about the forms of institutional adoption, right? And they're not surprising. It's outright exposure to cryptocurrencies, exposure to arbitrage opportunities, exposure to the growth via venture capital or equities, right? And so I think we're seeing institutions playing a lot of different roles in this space. And that's why we've also seen the investor profile shift from retail to institutional. Before 2018, it was really a lot of retail investors. Now we're seeing many more institutional corporate investors be dominant. And the large institutional players are really active and playing a large role. Just as an example, we have Invesco, who recently launched a metaverse fund. Barclays invested in Copper, who helps with custodians. And we also saw Brevin Howard launch a $1 billion crypto hedge fund, right? That's just a few of the recent examples. Next. So if we look at the chart on the right, we can see the actual institutional investment in the ecosystem. This is from KPMG. 2021, of course, we hit a height of inflows from VCs into blockchain and crypto. That was a high of 32 billion, right? This year, throughout the first half, we're at 14 billion, but that's still significantly more than we saw in 2019 and 2020. So investors are really piling in here. In particular, it's high net worth individuals, hedge funds, VCs, and advisors. And in fact, Fidelity just came out with its digital asset survey this year that almost 60% of institutions they surveyed are already holding crypto, and 74% are planning to invest in the future. Those are really astounding numbers. Also, When we look at the AUM across digital products, it's now around 27 billion. This year, the flows in were almost $500 million year to date. And though they've been a little bit less recently, you know, they're still quite sustained. Next. So let's talk a little bit about how indices are constructed. S&P DJI is an independent index provider with over 100 years of history. And we've used the same criteria for index construction and methodology that we've used for other more established asset classes. Let's drill down a bit into the methodology. So first, we look at the constituent universe. This is over 950 current cryptos currently covered by Luca. And they need to have traded on exchanges for a few months. They need to have sufficient documentation, for instance, a white paper, and they need to have minimum liquidity and market cap characteristics. We do exclude stablecoins or other pegged assets because they're not going to show the growth of the market. And probably most importantly, there is a digital assets index committee. Can't deny how important governance is with an index, right? That keeps it independent. And this committee has discretion for index decisions that include regulatory or structural or legal issues. Again, we choose to exclude, or the committee excludes, coins that have privacy features because they may pose anti-money laundering concerns, and they're under investigation with a lot of regulators globally. Next. So indices are really designed to give the investor multiple perspectives to track and potentially access the cryptocurrency market. On the spot based indices, we start with the concept of the broad digital market index that has over several hundred coins that really represents the entire asset class. Within that, you know, we have some single coin indices, we have a large cap index and various indices in between. You know, I think it's also worth talking about the top 10 cryptocurrency index we have and comparing it to the S&P 500 in terms of coverage. The crypto top 10 covers about 85% of the market cap of the overall market, similar to the way that the S&P 500 covers about 80% of the US equity market. I'd also like to highlight two indices with a Singapore close, you know, the 9 p.m. Singapore time, actually, that captures the full day of trading. That's the cryptocurrency top 10 index, as well as the cryptocurrency top 10 dynamically rebalancing risk control 40% index. So we're going to drill a bit into those next. So let's look at these two indices underlying the funds that Ant Alpha is currently bringing to market. Here you can see the two indices, the top 10 and the risk control version of it. The risk control version is the blue line, whereas the standard version, the top 10 index, is the red line. And for over 3 years, you can see that the annualized return is close to 40% for the top 10, but 30% for the risk control. But of course, when you look at the volatility, the top 10 has a volatility of 82%, whereas the risk control version is down at 45%. And of course, that shows up in the risk-adjusted return, where the top 10 dynamically adjusting risk control outperforms by having a 0.67 return versus the top 10, which is 0.49. Again, similarly, with the 1 year return, you can see how the return is less negative for the risk control version, and the the volatility is down. That's where you want what you look for in your risk control indices. Next. So in Asia, we continue to see strong and leading interest in digital assets. I thank you for allowing me to share some thoughts around indexing and digital assets and review our new indices specifically designed for the Asia Pacific market that AntAlpha is using.
Thank you, Sharon, for your presentation. Thank you. You can exit the Zoom now. Thank you so much. Great. Next, we'll have the last session of our afternoon summit. We will have a panel. The theme is Global Mining in 2022, a new chapter in 2023. So for the panelists, we have Jeff Pratt, SVP of Partnerships at Core Scientific, Ruslan Zenarov, CEO of Merkle Standard, Kevin Zhang, Senior Vice President of Mining Strategy at Foundry, Michael, Partner at Minto, Nazar Khan, Co-founder, COO, and CTO at TerraWolf, Chase Luckmiller, CEO and Co-founder of Crusoe Energy, and Nathaniel Yu, one of our BITMAIN marketing team member, marketing manager at BITMAIN. So let's give it a few minutes for them to set up and can have the panel begin.
Fine. Hi, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome again to the World Digital Mine Summit, and thanks for tuning in. So now we're reaching the best part of the event, which is a panel discussion where we get to talk about everything that's happening in the industry. So this panel is going to be about global mining in 2022 and a new chapter in 2023. So of course, this market has had its ups and downs in 2022. We look forward to 2023, so we want to see what our experts think about the industry. So let's welcome everybody for a round of applause first before we begin. All right, so to start off this panel discussion, I'd like to introduce everybody first. So maybe we could go from Jeff, from the furthest left, like introduce yourself and then tell us what you do, what your company does, then we could move on going here.
All right, thanks again for having me. Jeff Pratt, Core Scientific. I lead our hosting sales division and our strategic partnerships group. I work with a lot of people here on the stage and in the industry. I've been with the company 3 years, and I'm happy to be on this panel, so thanks again, Kevin.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Kevin Zhang. I'm the SVP of Mining Strategy at Foundry. I've been in the mining space for about 8 years now. I have a long history working with BITMAIN. I work for Foundry, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of DCG, short for Digital Currency Group, a large conglomerate in the digital asset ecosystem. And we're the infrastructure arm in charge of proof of work, mining, as well as staking.
I'm Chase Lockmiller, the CEO and one of the co-founders of Crusoe. Crusoe is focused on building large-scale climate-aligned computing infrastructure, both for digital currency mining. We have a fairly large Bitcoin mining business, as well as cloud computing and high-performance computing. We one of our core products is really focused on capturing waste methane in the oil field and using that waste product to power distributed computing infrastructure. And by doing it this way, we feel like we can eliminate a lot of the main operating costs, namely power, from the overall operating equation in terms of both mining as well as cloud computing.
Good afternoon, Nazar Khan from TerraWolf. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the company. We're a zero carbon energy Bitcoin miner. Our background comes from the power space, and so, you know, effectively, all of us here are converters of electricity into Bitcoin, and so our approach has been to identify the spots on the grid that are most effective to kind of convert that electricity to Bitcoin.
Hello, my name is Brian Johnson. Hello, my name is Brian Johnson. I'm on the U.S. sales team for Minto. We offer hosting with renewable resources as well as tokenized hash rate.
Great. Ruslan Zinarov, co-founder, CEO of Merkle Standard, running about 140 megs of data center infrastructure in North America, JV partner to BITMAIN.
All right, thanks for the introduction, everybody. So let's start it off, right? So if you guys want to talk, I'm going to ask some questions, but let's start with Ruslan first to answer the first question. So, you know, for what noticeable circumstances took place in 2022? And, you know, what's your current take on the current state of the industry?
Look, this industry is highly cyclical. This is probably the third or fourth cycle that Bitcoin is going through, you know, today, which is obviously expected. So it's really important for the Bitcoin miners to really manage the efficiency of the fleet as well as the cap structure and power cost. This year has been sort of a perfect storm for the industry, right? With the softness in the price of the commodity as well as the rising power prices, that's affecting the profitability of this industry. But we all know this is cyclical, right? The cycles happen around the halvings. Next one is coming up in May of 2024. So keeping the long-term perspective on this industry and really building your cap structure and your operating structure to survive and you know, properly maintain your operations during the times like this is critically important. So we're super excited about 2023 and beyond. This is the time to build. This is probably the best time to build out there. You know, we're trying to do everything possible to bring the latest generation machines to our fleet.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, so one of our competitive advantages is our low electric rate. So we use completely hydroelectric mining facilities. So yeah, we can basically weather any storm. And it's unfortunate that people are losing money with a decrease in the Bitcoin price. But we're ready for the challenge, and we think we can take any downturn in the market.
Right, thanks. Then I think we go to the left, and if you want to feel free to answer as well, that's also okay.
Sure. I mean, if you think about Bitcoin mining, you know, we come from a power background, and in my mind, you know, responsive loads are really where the power grid is going. You know, we've gone from a power grid system that was where the supply would follow, the load would follow the supply. So as kind of, you know, the demand ramped up in the day, you had gas plants and coal plants that would ramp up to meet that. That's effectively been flipped on its head. Every new megawatt of power generation that's being added to the grid is intermittent in nature. It's solar, wind, and it's there when it's there. And so effectively now we're at a place where loads have to follow the supply. And if you think about it, Bitcoin is probably the most responsive and economic load out there. And so we've gone through this period, which was kind of, you know, the golden days of Bitcoin mining, where power in general was extremely low. And it happened to coincide with the time where the price of Bitcoin is fairly high. And so, you know, a lot of us in the room here saw this wonderful opportunity and kind of jumped in. And similar to Bitcoin, power and energy in and of itself is a very volatile commodity. And so we're seeing the other side of that now. And given how the space is evolving, I think, you know, the fact that loads have to be responsive to what's happening to the energy and the energy supply context are going to be even more critical as we roll into 2023. And so, you know, when people look at a Bitcoin mining model, they have an asset, they think it's going to run 95% of the time, they apply a power price to it, and they say, that's my revenue. You know, I think that in terms of the hash spread, maybe it's right, but I think on a volume basis, we're going to see a dramatic decline in 2023. So just given where energy prices are, if you had, you know, even if you have an efficient place and if you don't have fixed price power, you're going to have to, you know, run less. And so whether that's 60% or 80% or somewhere in between or somewhere higher, there's going to be, I think, a meaningful impact on kind of volume. And so we really haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen that flow through yet. But one of the things that I think we'll start to see in 2023 is a lot more seasonality and variability to kind of the network hash rate.
That was great. Lot of great responses thus far. I think the story of 2022 was really about the maturation of the Bitcoin mining industry and running into the headwinds of sort of sitting at the intersection of multiple different commodity price fluctuations. So I think the obvious ones are obviously sort of Bitcoin price and hash rate. I see as two separate commodities that had negative headwinds that really impacted miner profitability from a top-line standpoint, with hash rate going up and and Bitcoin price going down, leading to sort of hash price as a whole coming down significantly. But I think the other major story that really played out in 2022 was around the commodity price fluctuations of the power markets and how that actually really hurt people's overall bottom line if they hadn't put in place some sort of hedge or didn't have some sort of long-term supply agreement that enabled them to sustainably produce power at a low enough rate that kept them profitable. And with all of the geopolitical tensions that played out with the Russia-Ukraine war, we saw natural gas prices surge, which led to market price power surging, unanimously across the nation. And I think this has been the big pain point for the industry. Adding on top of that, I think a lot of industry participants were sort of playing around with debt and leverage for the first time. And I think a lot of the edge cases were sort of met, and people didn't maybe necessarily consider the consequences of taking on massive amounts of debt with a revenue stream that was priced in a volatile commodity. So I think the themes for the future for me are really about miners, a lot of the things that Nazar was talking about around finding ways to efficiently support loads, but efficiency I think is key, and that's going to be across both the how people source and utilize power. I think we're big fans of finding otherwise wasted sources of energy and utilizing those to power computing workloads. So efficiency is key, both on the power side as well as the hardware side, and a lot of the work that BITMAIN's done to continue to push the envelope of how much hash rate we can get for a unit of power. And then the other big theme I think is going to be really around risk management. I think we're a new industry, and I think there's been a lot of improper risk management across the board, and that's led to some of these catastrophic outcomes where there was too much leverage without enough risk management. And I think the industry as a whole is going to be very focused on trying to correct for that and trying to put policies and hedges and proper risk management procedures in place to manage that in the future.
Awesome. So obviously there's a lot of great points already mentioned. I'm going to go for the low-hanging fruit. I'm not sure what's going to be left for Jeff. So I think a major theme obviously was the migration of hash rate from the east to the west. Coming off the heels of the 2021 bans for mining in China, obviously a lot of hash rate went to North America, and namely the United States. I don't need to go too much into depth into kind of that migration. We saw it play out in the past year. It benefited many of our companies and many of our projects.
And to Foundry.
We do run a large mining pool, so if you're interested, make sure to stop by our booth after this panel. So that was obviously a major overlying theme. Obviously, there's also the over-leverage, right? We also introduced leverage into the market in 2020. Ironically, when we first did that, everyone said we were too expensive. Mining sucks. This was going into the last halving that Ruslan was talking about, and the market's very cyclical. And instead of actually financing, we actually ended up self-mining with those units quite a bit. Anyways, I'll stay a little bit away from our history. Over-leverage in this space really did hurt us quite a bit. I think the unwinding of that, the risk management, that's going to be a key focal point going into 2023. Something else I think is worth highlighting as well when we talk about the cyclical nature of not just Bitcoin, but especially the miners. We talked about efficiency, right? I think there's also efficiency as far as the peaks and the troughs of our mining cycles. I remember this was at the end of 2017 and early 2018. S9 back then, it peaked at roughly $1,200 to $1,300 a megawatt hour. Whereas this cycle around, When you had the latest generation equipment, I think at that point it was maybe M30S++s and S19J Pros. We peaked at roughly about $500 to $600 a megawatt hour. So the peaks are half of what they used to be last cycle. So that shows that there is market, not just efficiency, but market maturation. And that's definitely what the institutions come in, the larger scale deployments. So heading into the next halving and the next cycles, the next bull run, we're praying it comes, right? When it does come, I do anticipate that the highs won't be as high, and ideally the lows won't be as low as well.
Well, I think there's a few things left, and I'll try to make it brief. But I do think the concept of being the agile miner, looking at all these different factors and variables, and then saying, every single day, mining is a high-speed business. How do I react to short-term price increases? Can I curtail and take advantage of different, short-term benefits to me? So how do I run my mine every single day to maximize the opportunities of that hour, not of that month? And I think that speed has to be reacted to. And then in addition to that, you have to do the same with your repairs. You have to do the same with your uptime. You have to do the same with your airflow. You have to look at the entirety of your business, changing weather, changing economics, changing power prices, changing regulations, and then unpack each of your processes, right? And I'll give two other examples that are sort of simple ones, but how do we unbox 100,000 machines in short order? What did we do with that cardboard? What did we do with that massive amount of styrofoam? I mean, so you unpack every single process, you make it more agile, you find efficiency, and then you run your business by the hour. And that's how I think mining is going to be in the future.
All right, thank you, everybody. So moving to the next question, I just want to ask, for example, for policies in different countries and regions, right? Is there anything we need to look out for, or moving to next year, what policies may affect mining? So we could start with Jeff and going here.
No, I think Russell sort of mentioned it earlier. The industry is scrutinized, and the industry is unregulated in some places, regulated in others, and we need to help guide that forward. So I think it goes back to my agility theme and saying, what's going to happen in the state in which I operate, what's going to happen in the region, what's going to happen in the country, and then are there opportunities for me? Should I be hedging my bets? Should I be looking north or south or across border and diversifying my risk a little bit? So it gets to Chase's point on risk management. So anyway, I think it's monitor, react, be proactive, be engaged, and then hopefully be agile enough to protect yourself and take advantages of benefits and incentives as they arise.
Yeah, so I think the key theme you touched on, I want to build on, is being proactive. Whether it's educating regulators, being in tune and in touch with your community, actually teach them about what you're actually doing with your facilities. There's definitely a lot of misinformation about our industry and how mining is actually performed. That I think is going to be pretty critical moving forward. For better or for worse, mining has gotten so big that it's a common topic, even amongst politicians now. And there definitely needs to be a lot more education for them to properly regulate our industry moving forward. And this is coming off the heels of some pretty big news the last few days as well, with obviously FTX implosion and what's going on with Binance, et cetera. The risk management and the regulations around that, the proof of reserves, et cetera, that's going to trickle down into our industry as well, right? There's got to be a lot more transparency in how we operate and how our businesses are actually ran.
Those are great points. I think, especially in the wake of, the events that have unfolded in the last 72 hours, whether we like it or not, there's incoming regulation that's going to be hitting the crypto industry at large. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think, when you take a step back and look at the broader trends that are unfolding, we're seeing sort of the electrification of everything. Well, that's going to require massive upgrades to our grid. That's going to require massive upgrades to the way we generate, consume, and use and distribute power. And Bitcoin mining can play a major role in helping accelerate that in a highly economic capacity, while providing all of the amazing aspects of Bitcoin that provide financial freedom and flexibility to people around the world. So I do think that education is key in sort of being open and willing to sort of have those open discussions with regulators around how Bitcoin mining can be used as a force for good. When you look at something like flaring, this is a problem that's existed in the oil industry since the beginning of the oil industry. And finally, there's this actual unique, modular, flexible solution in Bitcoin mining that can actually solve it and dramatically cut the overall methane emissions associated with the oil industry. As a problem, it's about 2% of human emissions. And I think that's a really great story to tell people that, may have misinformed notions about Bitcoin mining is evil or Bitcoin mining is bad because it consumes power. I think Bitcoin mining can be used as a tool for good to both reduce emissions from legacy sources like flaring, as well as sort of accelerate the grid of the future that's going to power and enable the electrification of everything during the energy transition.
As miners, we're consuming electricity, and kind of the thing that I tell any stakeholder, third party that we're working with is, the second we start to add to peak demand, you should call me and shut us down. And I think as an industry as a whole, I think we need to be very cognizant of that. I think the second we start to have a real impact on peak demand, we are effectively driving up the price of electricity, and we are a problem to the grid, not a benefit to the grid. And so kind of building off what everyone's been saying here, there are benefits we can add, but those benefits come when we are below that peak demand level. And so understanding how your load fits in, and when it is coming close to that threshold, because again, I think we don't have the benefit of doubt either. I think we need to be very clearly away from that. And so, and being able to articulate that back to the regulators, back to the operators, back to the stakeholders, and saying, look, we're here. We are not touching peak demand. We are operating in that band below peak demand, and effectively, we are helping to amortize the fixed costs that run the system. And so I think, again, there's a lot of different nuances that we can present, and I think, each one of us should kind of be pushing one of those nuances, because again, once you start to kind of add a bunch of them together, people's eyes glaze over. So, the thing that I've been saying to everyone I talk to is, listen, we don't touch peak demand. The second we touch peak demand or even come close to it, that's a problem, and we're never going to be a problem. We're always going to be an asset back to the grid. And so I think that message just has to be repeated, and we have to now start to demonstrate it. I think the industry is large enough now, and in certain nodes, we are such a significant portion of the demand that I think we should be able to now have enough data to kind of demonstrate it as well, and say that, hey, at this moment in time, this is where the overall demand was, and this is where the miners were. We're zero. And so I think as time goes on, we'll be able to back up kind of what we're saying with data, which I think has also been an issue to date, is that we just haven't had enough data to kind of support all the things that we're saying.
Yeah, great point so far. I think the most important thing is just not only as miners, but as token projects to stay nimble. Since we're based out of Dubai, we don't really have to worry so much about the US regulation. But in light of the library case that was decided on Monday and the looming XRP case, coupled with the fact that Binance and FTX are going through their issues right now, and the bear market and energy prices, I think it's just really important that you stay nimble and use as little leverage as possible.
Thank you. I think we all agree that regulation is actually welcome in the industry. One thing that the investor community really is concerned about is uncertainty around regulation, and therefore we're seeing a lot of questions asked around kind of the regulatory regime for mining specifically going forward. What I would say here is, though, is that regulation needs to come in partnership with the industry. Last thing we want to see is some sort of politician using this regulation as kind of a part of their agenda to pursue certain goals, right? Because it's such a easy target from the political perspective. With that being said, we view United States as actually, we're pretty bullish on the regulatory regime in the United States, given how fragmented regulation framework is in the US, right? You've got federal government, you've got state governments, you've got local governments, and in many cases, we don't deal with the federal government. We deal with the local governments. And this industry brings so much value to local communities, and our data centers are located in in many cases, very rural and remote locations, right? And we bring high-paying technology jobs. We're paying a ton of taxes across sales tax, use tax, property tax, income tax, etc. So in many cases, and I can use our Washington data center, it's actually a pretty strong economic engine for the community. We're the largest employer in the county. We're by far the largest taxpayer in the county. By really engaging with the community leaders, with the general population, we were actually able to bring this narrative, the economic value creation narrative, to the community. So the community loves us. They're actually super supportive. We're engaging with the local high schools. We donated a few miners to the local schools. And if you think about Bitcoin mining industry from the education perspective, it's educating kids, not only on the hardware piece, right? We're dealing with the best, most efficient ASICs out there, and credit to the BITMAIN team for doing that. We're also dealing with capital markets, right? We're bringing the capital markets education to the kids. And in many cases, we're seeing some life-changing questions coming from those kids in those communities. So I think this is the narrative, and this type of information needs to be communicated across all regulatory levels. And once folks see how much value we create, and this is just outside of the energy implications and energy consumption implications, I think this is where folks need to get excited and really embrace the industry.
All right, thank you so much. Really valuable answers from everyone. So for the next question, I want to ask, electricity prices in 2022, what could you expect next year going on? Rosanna, maybe you could share some few words?
Sure. So this year has been pretty interesting, for lack of a better word, from the power prices perspective. We've got war in Ukraine. Russia is one of the largest commodity producers globally, and this is obviously affecting the supply side of things. At the same time, we're seeing some really interesting climate events, right? So California, for example, went through pretty significant drought earlier this year, so which also affected the demand side of things, because folks were running more air conditioning during summer. So therefore, we've seen some increases in prices across different regions. ERCOT obviously is also another good example. It's a very special market, right? So you've got volatility embedded in Texas. But we're pretty bullish in a good way for 2023. I think with economic slowdown, I think the demand for power is also going to be expected to go down. We're very hopeful that the tragedy in Ukraine will end soon, and hopefully this will also bring some peace of mind, right, to the energy markets. So our base case internally, when we spend a lot of time thinking about it, is that we should be seeing some really positive developments in going forward from here.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with what he said. We kind of believe that most of the negative effects of the conflict and inflation are priced in, coupled with the fact that the Federal Reserve probably will still continue raising rates. We could see deflation in the price of energy, or at least that's what we're hoping for in the winter.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all hoping for it to come down. But I think the tough part about kind of predicting it is that when you really think about the margin between oversupply and undersupply, it's actually fairly tight. I mean, if you just go back to March, April of 2020, you had negative priced oil. I mean, imagine that. I mean, that was a point in time, but it shows you just that how, in my mind, how tight that balance is between kind of oversupply and undersupply. And when you kind of hit those points, there's kind of a drastic movement, and which leads to price volatility. And so between potential recession, lower demand, continued conflict, higher costs, inflation, I mean, you have a number of factors that are all going in all sorts of different directions, which makes it, I think, extremely difficult to kind of think about where it's going to be. And then you just layer on top of that weather, right? I mean, weather has a huge impact just kind of on overall demand as well for energy pricing. So, the way we're looking at it, right, is that, I think 2023 is going to continue to be a challenging year. If we could get low energy prices and high Bitcoin prices, we'd all be happier. But, unfortunately, I don't see that. And that's where, again, I think the Bitcoin mining space as well, I think we'll see some stratification in 2023. I mean, if you think about it, and I don't know, maybe the folks at BITMAIN may have a better sense, but I think there's like 12 or 14 million machines out there. And given where we are today, what you paid for them really doesn't matter. It's really kind of what you can earn off of them. And when everyone bought that machine initially, they thought they were going to run it all the time. In 2023, given I think still a relatively elevated energy price environment, I think people will start buying machines and think that they're going to only run them 40% of the time or 30% of the time or 60% of the time, and we'll feed that through what they think of the value it is. And I think we'll start to see Bitcoin mines that are kind of stratified. You'll have base load Bitcoin mining operations, kind of mid-merit that are running 50, 60% of the time, and then kind of peaking operations that are truly there to kind of capture those 15, 20% of the hours of the year when prices truly are really low. So I think there's going to be a further, I think, kind of, sophistication of the space, which is going to take, again, we have a large absolute number of machines out there, and I think those machines will kind of, find their ways to homes where they kind of fit with the underlying kind of pricing of the energy. And the other thing about energy is that if you really think about power, it's a very local commodity. I mean, it's good, that price is good for a couple hundred miles around it. So when people talk about what's the price of power going to be, again, you have to get pretty specific to think about what that looks like. And so again, all of us here have operations, across the country, different parts of the world, and each one of those nodes is actually pretty unique in terms of, what will impact it, and even a continued conflict in Ukraine may have varying effects depending upon where you're located. So again, I think we're going to start to see a further stratification of kind of mining operations. They're going to kind of correlate back to kind of where you're located and what impacts that has on energy.
Yeah, I love what you said about power being a local commodity, and I think that is definitely going to be a theme. I think in 2023 when we think about power broadly, I think broadly I expect prices to kind of stay elevated. But the beauty of Bitcoin mining as an industry and as an asset class is that it's a business that's incentivized to seek out efficiency and find areas that there is overproduction, or the areas where there isn't sufficient takeaway capacity, or large transmission lines built out to get power from underpriced and underloaded areas into areas where it's sort of in higher demand. So I do think that there will continue to be opportunities. A lot of these like massive transmission lines, these are multi-year or decade type projects that take a lot of time to build, and there's still a lot of energy production in areas that don't have enough demand. So Bitcoin mining as a demand load can go fill in a lot of those gaps. I mean, when you look at the natural gas prices, for instance, are quite high if you look at the Henry Hub price. But the trunk line to get gas out of West Texas, they're projecting it's going to be full in 2023, which is going to lead to a lot of excess stranded gas. If you look at the price of Waha gas, it trades at a massive discount to Henry Hub. And this is this type of inefficiency that can really be met by this mobile modular demand for computing power and for energy that we're operating within our Bitcoin mining operations. And the beauty of that is that we can continue to sort of continuously produce blocks and seek out efficiencies and secure the network in a way that eliminates efficiencies in constrained areas.
Yeah, so awesome points so far. Building on the localized electrical price being a commodity in your own little region, I think it's really important to fully understand what type of energy rates you're going to be looking at, depending on what the macro situation is, right? I think we've had the benefit through this year with how much it's been stress test with oversupply or undersupply of energy. So understanding how you're going to be able to source your electricity, are you going to be able to hedge it out? Should you hedge it out? I think that's going to be really critical. So as a miner foundry, we don't operate any of our own sites as of today. We're a hosting customer for many various sites out there, and we've seen hosting contracts with all sorts of different PPAs. Some that have hedged, some that haven't, and what we've seen is a lot of them that didn't hedge, a lot of them that didn't prepare for a lot of the volatility that came this year, they were relying strictly on, historically we've always averaged $20 megawatt hours, $30 megawatt hour. And I think that really got them overly confident, thinking that it will never spike, that they won't ever be out of the money, and that burn not only them, but their hosting customers. And some of them aren't even around today. So I think it's critical that you understand your local grid. First of all, you got to know if your state's regulated or deregulated, right? Who are you purchasing power from, right? understanding how to hedge day forward, or how you're actually be procuring your power, what your source of power is, et cetera, curtailment programs, et cetera. I think these are all very, very, it seems very basic concepts, but you'd be surprised there were very many hosting providers out there that didn't actually give it too much thought.
Boy, what an incredible little lesson here in how power works. I think the intelligence in this industry around power and predicting indicators and how to best help and partner in the community, we should all learn from each other. So I'd encourage everyone in here to study, learn, partner with people, read everything you can. I think for our company, for our industry, everybody wishes we go back to 2021. That's not going to happen. But we do see some stabilization, and we think operating with your partners in the right way, you can find more efficiencies than just searching for that lowest price. So, you know, it would be great, I think, if we came back a year from now and the industry was known for helping keep community residential rates down through partnering with the utility companies to help them modernize. And some of these themes, we all have to keep talking about them and learning and sharing, and that's the benefit of this thing that we're building, which I can't understate the importance of the Bitcoin network, I think, to the world. So.
All right, thank you, everybody. So moving on to the next question is, I know everybody has their own, data centers, you build it differently. So maybe what new mining technologies should people consider moving to 2023? For example, like BITMAIN's been releasing like hydro units, hydro cooling technology. So what do you think about this technology, or what other technologies do you see coming up that could, possibly help out the industry? Ruslan, maybe you could start.
Yeah, sure. So we've looked at every single kind of form factor for data centers out there. Like we've looked, obviously we're running today, quite a bit of air-cooled machines. We've looked at immersion, and we've looked at hydros from BITMAIN. And we actually made a choice to focus on hydros going forward. So today we're running about 25 megs of hydros. We've had a phenomenal experience with this technology, very stable, less OpEx, less human capital needed to service the machines in the data center. So from our perspective, we're super excited about hydros going forward. And as we all know, as the industry moves into the next phase of the technology roadmap for semiconductors, you just have to have other forms of heat removal from the chip versus just straight air, right? And the two kind of schools of thoughts, one is hydro. In this situation, the liquid actually does not touch the chip itself. It's kind of sitting in this heat exchanger right next to the chip. And then the immersion technology is obviously where you immerse the full machine into this liquid, which provides some overclocking opportunities, but then there are questions about reliability of the solution as well as durability and longevity of the miner itself. But clearly, the industry is actively looking for other form factors to improve efficiency and to increase the uptime.
Yeah, so we're pretty agnostic as to the form of mining. All of our stuff is air cooled, since our climate is so cool. But we're trying to expand to some other data centers that one we talked to today in Kentucky had hydro. So we're pretty agnostic to it. We like all of them. Just depends the climate of where the data center is.
I think the most innovative technology that miners can have is to get integrated back to the grid. I kind of mentioned earlier that Bitcoin mining has to be a responsive load. So it has to take signals from the grid and be able to respond. And right now, I think we all do that, but I think we do it in a fairly manual way. We get a price signal, there's an operator, we have some software, but I think there needs to be far more integration between kind of the firmware sitting on the miner and the grid operator. And so we're spending time, even now with we're in New York ISO, so we spent some time with the New York ISO, one, just educating them on what they can do. And again, I come from a power background, and there's a thing in power plants called ACG, automatic control generation. And so a grid operator, the New York ISO, can basically move power plants across the state sitting at their desk, within certain parameters, right? They have the ability to move some power plants up and down to balance the grid out. There's no reason that every Bitcoin mining load of size shouldn't have that same functionality built into the grid operator. And so I think that's going to be a very important and innovative piece of the space that has to develop to help articulate all the things that we're saying, which is, hey, Bitcoin miners can be an asset back to the grid, And so that's the piece of technology I think that we need to really illustrate that point and also give that functionality and those tools back to the grid operator to kind of use it as well.
I think Bitcoin mining as an industry is a big optimization problem. And I think the technologies and the technology trends that are unfolding are all contributing factors to improving the solution to that optimization problem. So, I think cooling and managing the thermal footprint of these chips is sort of one of the, it's always been one of the crux problems to the industry. But I think there's a broader optimization that can be done based on environmental variables, whether that's current market price for power and engaging things like demand response, like what Nazar's talking about, as well as like managing environmental variables like what the current temperature is outside and what does that mean for how you can manage the frequency and clock rate on your chips so that you can actually get more hash rate at that moment in time in sort of within sort of a safe operating bound. So I think a lot of this, like, viewing it from this larger scale perspective of, trying to optimize your output, given the different variables that you have an input to. I'd love it if, BITMAIN were to, for instance, open source the firmware to give us more variables to play around with and create more optimal outcomes for the grid. We'll see if that day ever comes. But until then, I think there's a lot of cool different optimizations that people can do and ways that they can build infrastructure that can be optimal for their given environment. I mean, they talked a lot about being in Washington, but there's a lot of great stranded power opportunities in very polar climates or very, very hot climates, and those have different sets of environmental criteria that will drive a different path in terms of its overall optimization problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, so definitely make sure you write that down, Nathaniel. Unlock SSH, open up the firmwire.
Thank you for your suggestion.
Right? Am I right, everybody? Open firmware for everyone? Let's go.
By next year, we'll have it.
Chase will never be invited to speak again. So yeah, this is a great topic. I think there's a lot of different angles you can take it. I think I'd like to touch on the chips themselves, right? With the tech nodes, the improvements from generation to generation are definitely pushing the thresholds of Moore's law, and some could even argue that it's even slowed down some. And what that means is we got to look for opportunities beyond just more chips on a board or smaller chips and smaller tech nodes. And it's building off what everyone said, right? Whether it's doubling your business model into not only just being a Bitcoin miner, but being intertwined and synergistic with grid operators, or if you're using hydro mining and using heat recapture, and they're able to provide heat to another business, another service, and capturing either lower costs or capturing additional revenue with the heat, that's a potential. And then with the advent of immersion, as the costs eventually get lower and lower on the deployment costs of immersion, that unlocks a lot of regions where the climate is way too hot, way too remote, and that's where that technology has a lot of potential, especially as we're heading into a period where it seems like this bear market is just getting worse and worse, and it may even be sustained. You gotta look for other opportunities beyond just running your miners in a traditional sense, where you're only trying to capture times when Bitcoin price is high, and you're trying to time when you're selling your Bitcoin. You gotta figure out other ways to generate revenue as well.
All right, yeah, I picked a terrible seat here. I'm going to
We'll
try to
go
think of
with you.
something.
We'll go with you next. So
I
we'll
have to think
start again.
something smart to say after all that interesting stuff. But no, I think air-cooled will continue, hydro will grow, immersion will grow. I think all three will continue to improve and be optimized. I think hardware advancements will always impress us, and I think finding the right solution is now geography, weather, and energy mix specific. The future innovation is going to be software on top. We sort of all alluded to it. So, and whether or not it's open source firmware or whether it's a system management server on top, but allowing remote data center management that's reactive to the fluctuating power prices, to weather, to other factors, anything to drive efficiency and optimization at the same pace as hardware. That's going to be the next big wave in mining optimization.
All right, thank you so much. So for the next question, I know like everybody has like multiple data centers in different locations, but should we consider like new regions for mining? Like I know like A lot of people have mining sites in the US or like in different countries, but would you consider like mining in possible new regions coming to next year? Because I know everyone's looking for cheap power or opportunities in that area. Do you have any suggestions on those locations?
No, I think the way to think about that question is which communities have dated power grids, which communities can Bitcoin help modernize, and I think that opens up the developing world markets. So, you know, what's the best right now? I haven't done that analysis. You know, I'm going to learn a lot. I'm excited for the coming presentations. We're all going to learn about South America and what it has to offer. But I do think if we take the approach of how does Bitcoin offer modernization and efficiencies and assistance to developing countries, even or developing communities or anyone with aging infrastructure, that's where we'll find the opportunities.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of really exciting emerging regions to be looking at. Obviously those with cheap electricity, but you always have to weigh that with what does the political landscape look like? Just like it's a time-old adage of bigger the risk, bigger the reward, right? You can look at certain areas where, let's say Venezuela, they have dirt cheap power, but do you feel comfortable building an institutional scale mining facility there? Probably not, right? But there's going to be something in between, right? There's a lot of sites in South America. Paraguay seems to be really popular this conference, right? A lot of people have brought up the projects they're working on there. Time will tell, is that going to be a sustainable business model? Will the regulatory framework around it be friendly for the long term? And that, once again, time will tell.
Yeah, I think I echo a little bit of what Kevin said. I think it's really about, you know, seeking out low-cost power generation opportunities. What's cool is I think Bitcoin mining can actually be a catalyst to help accelerate the development of new, you know, low-cost power generation opportunities that previously weren't built out because there may have not been enough demand to sort of support it. But when you look at sort of the arc of modern history, the ability to access power and energy has been the #1 driver in terms of uplifting human quality of life around the world. And I think if Bitcoin can be used as a catalyst to help bring power to areas that didn't have power or you know, accelerate more power generation development, I think that's going to be a huge net positive for the world and a huge net positive for miners that sort of take that harder path in terms of building out infrastructure.
You know, the Bitcoin's supposed to be a decentralized network, and I think, you know, we've gone through a phase here where, you know, more centralization has occurred, and I think, you know, this, especially post-halving, energy's everywhere, and again, since energy is a local commodity, even in general regions that are considered not energy rich, there's probably areas within them that have kind of an imbalance between kind of supply and demand. So I think, you know, every corner of the earth should have a profitable Bitcoin mine operating. How big that is, how much it runs, you know, those are variables that I think will vary. But, you know, I would hope, you know, one of my pet projects, you know, I tell myself, you know, 10 years from today is that we all go around the world and help start building those facilities, because I do think that it both helps the Bitcoin network, but also once people understand that, again, this could be a balancer between those demand and supply imbalances, you start to better understand how it works. And so I think in the long run, we're going to see a more significant proliferation, you know, in all pockets of the world.
Yeah, all great points so far. I think it's going to spread, like he said, to every corner of the earth. I also think that a new frontier could possibly be applications that we already generate heat for, like HVAC units in the winter using electricity, and micro mining projects, kind of like the helium project used to be. So just a lot, you know, every corner of the earth, and heat generation for homes in the winter, things you wouldn't expect.
I agree 100%, Azar, with you as it relates to kind of Bitcoin mining moving into other locations. As we all know, historically, Bitcoin mining in the U.S. has been centered around Texas and the East Coast, but we're finding some phenomenal pockets of opportunity in other states, in other communities, and this is exactly what Nazar just said around the balancing benefit that a Bitcoin mining load can bring to the local grid. And there's a lot of synergies, you know, from that perspective there. When I think about kind of global expansion, the new technologies like liquid cooling as well as immersion are now making Bitcoin mining feasible in really challenging climates. And we're now seeing a ton of interest and a ton of very interesting developments in Middle East specifically. The industry has been challenged with running air-cooled machines like in 140-degree weather. The hydro technology, the immersion technology, when done properly, can actually mitigate a lot of issues with heat and the ambient temperatures. So I think we'll see proliferation of Bitcoin mining going into hotter climates overall. And in many cases, those hotter climates actually have lower power costs, and Middle East being one of the examples here. So a couple perspectives here.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it's to wrap things up, right? I think thank you for all the experts for sharing your ideas. I think everybody here learned a lot. The market is moving on to next year, and there's new technologies coming in, new locations to be used for mining. Technology is really changing the world, and mining is going to be just everywhere as we go on. So I'd like to thank everybody for coming in. Thank you for all your suggestions, from WDMS, from BITMAIN. Thank you for sharing your insights. And I hope we could all get a drink later during the SVIP dinner. All right. So everybody, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for listening to the panel. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you everyone. That's it for today. You can go refresh yourself or visit our booth outside. They will be open until 7 p.m. Before you go, please leave your headsets on your seat. We cannot afford to lose them. Don't forget about our SVIP dinner tonight at 8 p.m., which will also be here. So we kindly ask you to leave the room as our staff needs to prepare for tonight's event. Our summit will continue tomorrow at 10 a.m., but do come earlier to sign in. Thank you so much for coming, and enjoy. Make yourself comfortable.